A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Well, last night ended in a series of misunderstandings. Dr. Christopher Taylor Jr. and Oriane, the dentist, on the way home from the town meeting which Molly had called to help weigh, Chris proposed to Oriane. Then, without waiting for her answer, he optimistically informed Way that Oriane was going to marry him. So Way congratulated her and went off to bed. Dr. Taylor's high-handedness was the last straw, and Oriane told Chris off. It was a brilliant piece of invective that meant no and no and no and never. And so, go to bed. Now this morning, the Goldbergs, who retired early last night and so missed the fireworks, are getting ready for breakfast. And although they aren't aware of what happened, they seem unconsciously upset and a little at odds with each other.
Well, your breakfast is ready. Are you coming? I said I'll go all right. Mom. Mom, last night I heard all right, Rosalie, please. Never mind Victoria. Please. Never mind Victoria. You have to go to school. You're sitting on the table to eat your breakfast. Never mind Victoria. Please. You can be gone because you'll be late. But I only want to tell you, Mom. What is that? Huh? What color is that you're wearing? Does the same color? I didn't say Rosalie changed the color. To have a clean color for tomorrow for school. I didn't say that. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. How many times a day I'm hearing I'm sorry. Rosalie, we tie the stockings before you go to bed. In the morning I get up with the stocking standing. Why didn't you do this, Rosalie? I'm sorry. Rosalie, did you wash your hair this week? I didn't do it. Why, darling? I'm sorry. That's 4 times I'm sorry. Rosalie, did you put a button in the dress? Did the dress where the buttons fell out? Why, Rosalie, didn't you put the buttons in the dress? I'm sorry. Just the 4 sorry. Bring me the color. To school you wouldn't go to put it into color. I would love it. Bring me. No? Give me the needle. Yeah. Give me the white cotton, not the heavy cotton. Give me the skinny cotton. Give me here. A girl. I bet it's here. 2.5 years old, you're not. Look out. Let me thread it. Thread from your can't kiss it. Kiss it. A million times I said, Rosalie, a dress can be no matter which way, how beautiful. If you wear a baby color on the dress, to be no more beautiful. Give me on it enough. There's the pressed color that I had. What I pressed, I stood up late last night. Especially to press a color, you can have a pressed color. Give me the pressed color. Wait till I should have thanks, no? All right, now again, let me hear once again, I'm sorry. Let me hear once again, I'm sorry. No? Say I'm sorry, I'll give you that. Like music, I'll make a pink sound. I'm sorry. Thanks. I'm pouring. And put a little pin. And me. Shouldn't be late for school. Where are you going now? You're taking my dog? Did you look? Where did you look? Maybe you looked between Papa's place. Look between your place, and you will find it. I'm going to be chicken out. I don't know what's the matter. Look, and you will find it.
I can't find a piece, girl. I don't know where they are.
Your things is upstairs. Sammy.
Well, what do you want now?
I don't want anything, but last night, Sammy, I couldn't sleep, and accidentally I heard Oriane.
Accidentally? You listened?
I didn't mean to listen.
You never mean to listen, but you always manage to.
I didn't mean to hear Oriane at all. It was something about now.
Oh, that's just what I was dying to hear. Where did you say my clean shirts were?
Upstairs, and I didn't try to overhear, but I heard Oriane say...
Excuse me, will you?
And if you use your eyes, you'll see it straight. Lay down, don't tell me like you're sitting there in class. I don't know what's the matter with my ticket later. Then they're not laying. I don't want any eggs. Huh? Ma. Jake, you're coming? Ma. Family? Ma. Please. Did you get Pamela's things? Yes, you're up there. Ma. Cover them up. Cover them up. Silence and serious. I don't want to hear what you heard. If you heard, then you heard. I don't want to hear nothing interrupted. I'm making breakfast for everybody. Papa told me to spill them in and everything is getting cold. I'll pour them. Jake, finish. You're late. Family, Jake, please. Family, move everything to standing. Rosalie, don't nibble. Eat. You'll die of in the summer, not in the winter. I'm going to hear for pounds. No, who sees it? My blue dress is tight. The half a pound may be tight. Oh, my. Jake, please, I'm turning you over.
Don't turn me over. I'm here.
Oh, that's good, dear.
I don't want eggs.
Why not?
Of course, I don't feel like an egg.
So what do you feel like?
A piece of cheese, that's all.
Oh, steakhouse slice, you. Give Papa sugar, please.
Who said good morning to me? Nobody, huh?
Good morning, Pa.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jake.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Sammy. Good morning, Sammy.
Enough already.
What's the matter?
Nothing is the matter.
Why mustn't I know?
There's nothing to know, family.
Then don't tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
I didn't ask you.
Quiet.
Why?
Family, please.
Why, Ma? Why? If I'm in this family and there's something going on, why can't I know it?
Because there's nothing to know.
So, that's why everything stopped when I said good morning, I suppose.
Butter, please.
Oh,
Family, sit.
I don't want any breakfast.
Sit down and eat your breakfast.
I don't want any breakfast. I may disturb something.
Family,
Sure,
please.
I may stumble on one of the great secrets in this family.
Family.
Quiet.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's wrong with this family. They're all too busy living everybody else's life for them, and you don't have any time left to live your own. Yes, that's true. And now it's the great mystery of Orion. The sacred triangle of Orion and Dr. Cater and Mr. Way. Yeah, I guess Rosie's been babbling.
I didn't say a word.
Well, whatever you said, and whatever the great secret is, I don't want to know it. And I'll leave you just to give you all the privacy you want.
Very nice.
Goodbye.
No, nothing happened.
Do you think I blame Sonny? Can anybody believe that nothing happens in this house?
Drink.
All this secret.
Eat.
All this maneuvers.
Here's your napkin. Eat, Pa.
Don't Tommy
Ma.
and Mommy.
But what did I say?
More than I wish to hear.
I didn't even say a word.
Then don't say it.
Eat, Rosalie. Goodbye.
You don't fill your
I
fingers.
am finished.
Then sit until I'm finished.
I'm late.
Regardless.
Jake, please.
Yes, Jake. Do I ever hear a child come over to me and say, Papa dear, how do you feel? How are you?
Jake, please. Here's a napkin.
I don't want to be a napkin.
Well, can I go now?
I'm not finished yet.
I love the child you finish tonight, Jake. Not now. The day is only beginning.
Oh, what are you planning today, Molly? With what fate and what future are you concerned today?
Yours, dear. Please, why do we always have to have these discussions?
Ask your mother.
What did I do, Jake?
I want to live my own life. When my children come down in the morning, I expect a good morning.
You said good morning.
Quiet.
Jake, please.
I don't want a child of Rose's age to be concerned about Orion and Dr. Cater. If he proposed or if he accepted.
Jake, please.
Yes, I can see what you can't see. I don't want my son or my daughter concerned about the reputation of a man like Mr. Way. I don't want that.
Why not?
Because I don't want it.
And I want it, Jake. You see that? You see that? And I do want it.
What do you mean you want it?
I want it. You see that? All right, Rosalie, please. I want it. You see that? I want the world in my house. I want the world in my house. My house is not for walls that shut out the world. Here by me, they'll learn what the world is by me. With me here to point out what I know. I don't want them to grow up in a house that is a detour from life and later have them have to learn what they should have to know from somebody else. Not me. My house is going to be a college education and a high school education and a primary education and a PhD education and a DVD and an AAA and a DVD and a CCC. Yes, and whatever. My house is going to feel what the world feels, whether it's good and whether it's bad. Rosalie and Sam will be able to live in the world without being too disappointed or too surprised. Well, what is a home, Jake? What is a home? Don't look at me with funny faces. What is a home, Jake? Is it a grave where you bury your family out of sight? Is it a rest farm in the country? Or is it a place where you spend your youth, your whole youth, the best part of your life? A home, Jake, is a child's world. It should help make the world a thing to be understood, loved, and used. And unless you can do that, still top another cup of coffee, Rosalie. I'm not through yet, Jake. I'm not through yet. I've got much more to say yet, Jake.
Then make a record, Molly, and I'll play it on the phonograph.
Now, that takes care of breakfast. Of course, this is all a part of family life, a little upset that suddenly blows up like a hurricane and dies down like a summer breeze. But Molly's had her say, the right one, too, and Jake knows it.
Ironized Yeast presents
Lights Out, everybody.
It is later than you think.
This is Arch Oboler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these Lights Out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. But if you're fascinated by the mysterious, the fantastic, the unearthly, then anticipate chills in our story of Poltergeist.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, that was swell. Now let's go to town. St. Louis woman with her diamond ring, kicking that man around.
No, stop that, Kay.
What's the matter? Am I scaring the horse?
Oh, it seems like a sacrilege singing a song like that out here. This beautiful, clean snow and blue sky.
Well, what's wrong with a hot song to keep us warm? If you think the St. Louis blues is going to dirty up the snow, you ought to hear Frankie and Johnny the way I sing it.
Oh, stop it, Kay. You're not funny at all. Why can't you enjoy the fresh air without that cabaret sort of thing?
Oh, just an old-fashioned gal, eh, Florence? How about you, Edna? Don't you like my songs either? You haven't said anything for the last 5 minutes.
Well, I haven't been listening to you, to tell the truth. I love to watch the snow sort of flow along under the sleigh.
When you say that, gal, smile. Gosh, did you ever see more snow in your life?
The man at the hotel said it had been snowing on and off up here for 2 weeks.
I think coming out here to the country is the best thing we three have done since we started rooming together. Hiking in the snow is terribly healthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. The healthier I get, the worse I feel.
Crazy idiot.
She does say the funniest things, doesn't she? I always say that Kay ought to...
Whoa!
Hallelujah, we're here. Is this as far as we go, driver?
That's right, miss. Can't go no further down this road account of the drift.
Oh, my goodness. The drifts are too deep for a horse. How can we walk through them?
I second the motion.
Well, you young ladies don't have to worry none so long as you keep going down the valley over there. Snow ain't piled up that way all the way to Ma Jenkins.
Oh, well, that's marvelous. Come on, girls. Let's get started.
So long. Take care of yourselves, girls.
Come on, Edna.
Goodbye, Miss Gal. Well, listen to the snow talking at us.
It's very dry snow. Our feet rub particles of it together, and the friction makes a sound.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
Why?
Oh, I don't know. It's just as if the snow was sort of trying to talk to us. I mean, as if it was angry at our trespassing.
Hey, don't tell me we're trespassing. I don't want any country squire taking any pot shots at my constitutional amendment with rock salt. No, thank you.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Kay. We're not trespassing. Why, this path through the valley here over to Mrs. Jenkins' house is the favorite hike of everyone who comes up this way during the winter.
What's Mrs. Jenkins got anyway that makes people walk their feet off?
Wait till you taste her cooking.
Eat. Oh, boy, let's go.
It's awfully quiet out here, isn't it?
Oh, that's the glory of it. I've had the roar of the subway in my ears so long. Okay, don't walk so fast.
Come on, look what I found.
Oh, come on, Edna.
Oh, please. Let me take your arm. I'm getting out of breath.
Well, take it easy. There's no hurry. Well, what is it, Kay?
Look, through the circle of trees here. Look what I discovered.
Well, isn't that interesting? It's a sort of a natural amphitheater.
Sure. Say, who was this guy, Daniel Boone?
What's an amphitheater?
Well, that means an oval circling place with rising tiers of seats. It's, like that place we went to for the horse show.
Oh.
Back in the times of the Greeks, they had outdoor theaters.
Listen to the
And
professor.
they used of places just like this, where the ground sloped up and made a sort of a natural arena or stage below.
Theater. That's an idea. Sit down, gals, and I'll give you a special performance of the K Follies.
It's awful snowy here, isn't it?
I'll trample it down with my spring dance. Welcome, sweet spring.
Isn't she a nut dancing in the snow? If I had that girl's energy.
She's really graceful, isn't she? I'll bet if she went on the stage,
Kay! Kay! Kay, did you hurt yourself?
Oh, did I land on my dignity? Here, give me a hand.
Here, I'll help you. There you are.
Oh, did I take a flop?
Did you hurt yourself badly?
I'll live. What in the world did I trip over? Oh, no wonder. Look at that rock under the snow. No wonder I did a nosedive. Oh,
My goodness. There are rocks like that all over.
Oh.
A person could break their neck if they...
Girls,
What's the matter?
What is it?
Kay, the rock you tripped over. It's not a rock.
What are you talking about? Of course it's a rock.
Well, yes, but it's something more than that. It's a tombstone.
Tombstone? Oh, no, it can't be.
Look for yourself. It says, "Here lies buried the remains of one who, restless in life..."
Stop. Don't read any more. Stop.
And all these other stones laying flat on the ground. They're tombstones, too?
Yes.
Whew, what a place to pick to dance.
What's the matter, Edna?
What did you scream for?
Kay, you danced on the grave.
What?
You danced on the grave. I saw you do it. You danced on the grave. Okay.
Edna, stop it. Stop
Oh,
it.
what's come into her? Edna, stop acting
Edna,
like
stop,
that.
for heaven's sake. Control yourself.
Okay. Kay, I'm so sorry for you. You danced on a grave.
For heaven's sake, stop talking like that. Sure, I danced on a
Well,
grave.
yes, of course she did. It was perfectly accidental.
And what if it wasn't? What of it?
The poltergeist.
The what?
Edna Hanson, what are you talking about? What's that word you just used?
Poltergeist. Okay, what have you done?
You superstitious little fool. If you don't stop talking that way, I'm going to slap your face. What's the matter with you? I didn't do anything.
You walked on the grave. You danced on the grave.
Edna,
what?
be sensible. We all walked on graves, but it was purely accidental.
Yeah.
We had no intention of desecrating them.
It doesn't matter, I tell you. It doesn't matter. The poltergeist. He'll come. I know he will.
Oh, what's the use? She's crazy.
Edna, what are you talking about? What's a poltergeist? What are you so frightened about?
My father, he told me, if you walk on a grave, if you dance on a grave, the poltergeist.
Poltergeist what? What is a poltergeist?
An evil spirit. It comes out of the grave. It kills. It destroys. It'll kill us. It'll kill us all.
Stop it.
It's roasting.
Oh,
Stop it.
please.
Lay off that. Will you,
Edna.
But it won't get me. I'll run
Edna,
away.
come back
I'll
here.
run away.
She's gone insane. I'll get her.
Kay, catch her. Edna, don't run away. Nothing will hurt you. Nothing. Oh, Edna, look out. Kay, what happened? That stone. It hit Edna.
Edna, open your eyes.
Blood all over her face. Kay, who threw that stone? Who threw it?
I don't know. It came from the graveyard.
Now, girls, take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh, Doctor, she won't die. Tell me she won't die.
No, of course not.
And you're sure that her skull isn't fractured?
Oh, absolutely not. Maybe a little concussion, that's all.
Well, it's almost 5. Our train. Can we get someone to help us carry her down to the station so we can get her on board?
Bored? I'm telling you, that little friend of yours shouldn't be moved out of bed for a week. If you do, well, it might be just too bad.
Oh, Flo, what'll we do? You go home, Kay. I'll stay with her.
Oh, no, you won't. I'm not leaving you here alone in this godforsaken place.
If you stay, I stay too. Kay, please be sensible. Why should we all lose our jobs when you
If
can...
you'll excuse me, you ladies, I've got to be on my way.
Oh, yes, of course, Doctor.
Is there anything more you can do for Edna, Doctor? Any medicine or something?
Nope, I've done all I can do. She's sleeping comfortable now. Miss,
Yes, Doctor.
the constable's sick, too, you know, and he's sort of depending on me to keep things straight. Now, just how did you say that little friend of yours got hurt?
Well, it was just the way we explained, Doctor. That rock came flying and...
Yes, I know, but who threw the rock?
We
We don't know.
What?
That's true, Doctor. We don't know.
But somebody threw it. You can't change facts. Somebody threw the rock that cracked her head.
For heaven's sakes, old man, you don't think we did it?
No, miss, I
Don't
did.
get excited. Doctor, you've got to believe us. It happened just the way we said. All at once, that rock came flying through the air from the direction of the graveyard. It struck Edna, and we just didn't see who threw it.
All right, if that's your story. Well, you better stay in your rooms here. I mean, you better not be leaving until the constable's on his feet and has a chance to talk with you. I'll be back in a few hours and see how the girl is.
He doesn't believe us.
What difference does it make? We know what we saw.
But what did we see?
She was running. She fell.
Kay,
Well,
let's not fool ourselves. There was no one there to throw that rock.
there must have been.
But there wasn't.
Stop saying that.
Aren't you brave enough to face facts? There wasn't any place for anyone to hide. I saw that stone. It seemed to come down out of the air. So slowly.
Florence, if you don't stop talking like
You
that...
remember what Edna said? It throws things.
Stop looking at me like that. You're giving me the jitters.
She said the poltergeist throws things. The spirit of evil.
Florence, Rob, have you gone crazy, too?
Why should we laugh at things like that? What right have we got to laugh? How do we know there aren't powers we can't see or understand? Powers of evil that revenge an insult just like an evil man. Kay, how do we know?
What are you talking like that for? What are you trying to scare me for? You're supposed to be the most intelligent one of us all. You with your college degrees. Sure, I danced on the grave. But the dead are dead and they can't revenge a thing. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. I tell you, what?
It's Edna.
Come on.
Edna, we're coming to you. Don't be afraid. We're coming.
Open the door, Florence. It's not locked.
Duck, it won't
Here,
do.
let me. Edna, what is it? What? Ah!
Edna, what? On your head. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Hey, what's going on here? I run a decent place, and I don't want you... Oh. The girl on the bed. Her head. It's crushed flat in by a rock. God in heaven. It's not a rock. It's a tombstone.
I wish I could cry. But I haven't got any more tears.
Oh, Edna. Edna.
Florence, darling, please. You'll kill yourself if you keep on like that. Oh, if this horrible night would only end.
It was my fault. Mine. I was the one who got her out here. She didn't want to go. She hates the country. But I made her come. I made her.
No. No, you're not the one to blame. I am. I danced on the grave.
But she was so good. So sweet. Oh, why did it have to be Edna? Why?
You're right. It wasn't right for it to be her, was it?
Oh, no.
I did it, not her. I did it. I danced on the grave. I danced on the grave.
You can't deny what you see with your own eyes.
But I tell you, Doc, nobody could have carried that tombstone up the steps without me seeing him, could they?
But there it is, ain't it?
Yeah. There it is.
Either somebody's playing a terrible joke or...
You don't have to say it, Doc. I know.
That's just the trouble. You don't know, and I don't know, and nobody knows.
Yeah. And that tombstone.
Well, what about the tombstone?
I ain't quite sure, but that's a tombstone out of the old burying grounds up at the bend.
You're crazy.
No, I ain't either.
Well, that place is a good 3 miles from here.
Yeah. I know.
Who could have carted a heavy stone like that for 3 miles?
Yeah. Who?
Stop looking like that, you flap-eared old fool. Human hands carried that stone in here and killed that girl?
Sure.
Yeah, the constable will find out who did it the minute he's on his feet again. You wait and see.
No, he won't, Doc. You're smarter than me and all that, but this time you're wrong. There ain't nobody that takes in breath and leaves out breath like you and me, or the constable's going to find out who killed that girl. You know that, Doc.
Oh, stop talking. I wish the constable was here and this night was over. It's been a terrible night. Terrible.
Terrible clock. Ticking.
Yeah, I know. I've been sitting here listening to it.
I can't stand it anymore. I'll stop it.
Why bother with it?
Come on to bed, Kay. Please. There's no use sitting there. It won't help her.
Yeah. Nothing can help her. But maybe I can help you.
Me?
It was my fault. Mine. I was the reason it happened. It killed her, and it'll kill you and me, too, unless I stop.
No, don't say that.
It's true. But why should you be hurt? I'm to blame, not you. Listen, Flo. I'll go out there.
There?
Out there to the graveyard.
What?
I'll talk to her.
Kay.
I'll tell it I didn't mean to do it.
No.
That I didn't know where I was dancing.
Please.
Maybe somehow it'll hear, listen to me, and then it won't hurt you.
No, I won't let you go out there. It'll kill
But
you.
Florence...
It'll kill you, too.
But Florence...
No, I'll hold you. You can't go. You can't.
All right.
Come on to bed, Kay, please. In the morning things will be different.
But it won't.
Nothing will hurt us. And then they're right outside the door. They won't let anything get at us. Oh, please, Kay, please come to bed.
Yeah.
We'll pray.
Pray? I don't exactly know how.
Just say anything. Anything. Like this. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Now you.
If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take.
Kay? Kay, are you asleep? I can't sleep anymore. Kay, tomorrow, when it gets light and everything, do you think people will believe us? Do you think so, Kay? I'm not quite sure what happened. I always used to be so sure about things. And now Kay? Kay, where are you? Kay, where? The window. She went out the window. She's gone out there. To the graveyard. To talk to it. Oh, Kay, why did you go? Why did you go? I'll go out there, too. Oh, she'll be so frightened out there alone. I'll go, too. Oh, so cold. My hands. Nose so sharp. Cutting my legs. Oh, why did you go out there, Kay? Why did you? I've got to find you. The wind. Oh, why doesn't the wind stop? Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind as... Oh, I've got to find you, kid. I've got to find you. It's snowing. I love snow. Edna didn't like snow. Where are you, Kay? Where are you? I've lost my way. I've lost the road. Where are you, Kay? Kay, where are... Oh, Kay. I heard you, Kay. I heard you. I'm coming to you, Kay. We'll talk to it. We'll talk to it together. We'll tell her we didn't mean any harm, won't we, Kay? Won't we? Poor Edna. We can't help her, Kay. We can't help Edna. But I'm coming to help you, Kay. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Florence. Here I am, Florence.
Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I'm coming, darling. I'm coming to help. I'm coming to help you. I'm coming. I'm coming. I hear you. I hear you calling my name. I hear you. Yes.
Here we are, Florence. This way, Florence. Here we are.
Yes, I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Where are you?
This way.
No!
This way, Hooper. They must have come this way.
Climbing out the window like that in the middle of the night. They must have gone crazy, the both of them.
Well, let's not worry about that now. We've got to find them. Here, give me that lantern.
What is it, Doc? What have you found?
A shoe. One of the girl's shoes.
My gosh, stuck in the snow. We're going the right way.
Come on, move fast. We've got to get to them.
Doc, look at this.
What is it?
Over there. Ain't these footprints?
Yes. Yes. Yes, that's right. Footprints. Hello! Up ahead! Hello!
Doc, we're getting pretty close to the old burying grounds.
Well?
Maybe... Oh, look here, Doc. Let's not be fools. Let's wait till morning.
What? Let those frightened girls freeze to death? Get along.
But, Doc,
You come with me, or the whole town will know what a yellow-livered no-good you are.
All right. All right. You don't have to get so sore, Doc.
Hello? Hello? Anybody up there? Hello?
Doc! Doc, look!
What?
There they are. Up ahead.
Glory be, they're alive. The both of them. Come on.
Doc. Doc, look at them. That's the burying ground up there. And they're dancing. Dancing on the graves.
What? They must be out of their heads. Come on. We've got to stop them.
Doc! Doc, wait for me. Oh, Doc, it's dark again. Where are they, Doc? Where are the girls? Have they stopped dancing?
Yes.
Huh?
They've stopped dancing. Did they ever dance?
What are you talking about, Doc? We saw them. We saw them dancing in this place with our own eyes.
Did we? The moonlight. Here it comes again. See with your eyes again.
Oh, no.
Both of the girls froze stiff to the ground, each with her head crushed by a tombstone.
Mr. Oboler, would you mind telling us, me, whether there actually are such things as poltergeists?
All I can tell you is this. There are authenticated records in existence that, in the city of London on the 27th day of April, 1872, from 4 in the afternoon on a Thursday until 11:30 at night, a certain room in a certain house was deluged by stones thrown from no apparent source. The London police surrounded the house, but they found no trace of whoever or whatever was throwing those stones with a murderous violence.
I see. So much for poltergeist. But what about next week?
Well, anything can happen, but specifically next week, Mungara. A strange title and a strange story. The power of suggestion. The dictators have shown us to what evil purposes that power can be used. Well, next week, a man who... but that, as usual, is next week.
Yes. Lights Out, written and directed by Arch Oboler, will come to you again next Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to listen for the amazing story of Mungara. It is later than you think.
And sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. Halfway around the world, on the tip of the Malay Peninsula, a sprawling city lies baking in the tropic sun. Singapore, just north of the equator. A city of contrasts to some, a place of escape to others. Where a man can forget that time exists, and where he can let the days of his life go by to disappear unnoticed, like pebbles in a bog of quicksand. Singapore, a city which has sheltered every race and creed on earth, and which has also sometimes given shelter to the murderer. Waiter, another gin and tonic like a good fellow.
Make that two, waiter. Hello, Preston.
Well, Detective Regan. Nice to see you again.
I've been looking for you for a long, long time.
Really?
Hawaii, Manila, Shanghai, Saigon, Singapore. You got me on a regular cook's tour.
You enjoy yourself?
I almost had you in Hong Kong. You pulled out just one boat ahead of me. In Canton, I saw you waltz away in a rickshaw.
I'm impressed with your perseverance, Regan. You should be a credit to the force.
I'm a stubborn guy, Preston. After all that traveling, I had to show something to my expense account.
Here you are, gentlemen. This drink is on me, Regan.
Thanks. Too bad I can't buy a second round. We're starting back to Frisco in an hour.
I presume you have extradition papers.
Right here in my pocket.
Oh, good.
You should have tried getting away with something smaller, Preston, like spitting in a streetcar. Murder's kind of serious.
So I hear. No, I don't carry a gun, Regan.
I'm the timid type. I like to make sure.
Are the handcuffs necessary?
Sorry.
Well, at least let us finish our drink.
Okay.
I propose a toast to the San Francisco Police Department. Like the St. Bernard, they always find their man.
Thanks for the compliment. Oh, that was a dumb trick. Slipped right out of my hand. Good drink going to waste.
Oh, have another one. On me.
Let it go, Preston.
Oh, no, I insist. After all, the accident was rather symbolic, don't you think?
What?
It's reminded us both, Regan, that there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip.
As our plane, Preston, we fly from here to Shanghai, from Shanghai on the China clipper to Frisco. From here to Shanghai, brother, you're going in style. And to charter that plane to take us north.
Rather expensive way to travel for a killer.
We'll charge it up your wife's estate. We'll subtract it from the dough you knocked her off for. You ain't going to have much use for it anyway.
A very economic idea.
Lieutenant speaking.
That's me.
My name is Lloyd, sir. I'm your pilot.
Guy is passenger number 2. His name's Preston.
Delighted to know you, sir.
How do you do? Sorry, I can't shake hands. Just you see, I'm more or less tied down. Mr. Regan and I are rather attached to each other.
Oh, rather.
When do we hop out, Lloyd?
Well, I was wondering if it wouldn't be wiser to postpone our trip another day.
What for?
There's a typhoon centered in the South China Sea. About 500 miles north of here. I just received a report from Saigon.
Can't we fly around it?
We might, Mr. Regan, but it's more advisable to wait.
Look, the reason I chartered your crate was so as I could get out of this town in a hurry. I've been floating around the world long enough. We're due back home. You can fly, can't you?
Why, yes.
Then rev your motors and let's get started.
Well, I don't mind taking the chance if you don't. What about this chap here? He has a little something to say about risking his life, hasn't he?
It ain't his life. Belongs to the state, and right now, mister, that's me. Oil up them propellers and let's get going.
Well, we can land on the coast of Borneo if we run into trouble. I'm ready whenever you are. So is my co-pilot.
Come on, Preston. You're practically on your way. To the chair. What time is it, Preston?
Midnight.
What? I never want to take another ride like this for the rest of my life.
Feeling sick?
Sick? I'm dying. What's he doing with this plane? Riding it over the mountain? Why don't he stay on one level instead of...
Oh, don't look now, Lieutenant, but I think your stomach's missing.
You aren't kidding. Holy smoke, now what?
It looks as if we're running into that storm.
Rain beating in some windows. If the pilot knows which way he's going. Just like that, you can send me to the cleaners.
Hey, sounds like something's wrong.
Huh?
Listen to those motors.
Oh, he picked himself a fine time to get a flat.
Would you mind getting back for a moment? I want to take a look through the window of that engine.
You can't see anything out there. It's too dark.
It's like we've broken an oil line.
Huh?
Starboard motor. There's oil all over the wings.
Is that bad?
Well, it isn't good.
What are you so cool about, Preston? You're riding, too.
I assure you it's immaterial to me, Mr. Regan, if I die in prison or in the China Sea.
I'll be right back.
Preston, you're a jinx. You've been causing me more trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Really, I am. But if it's not too much to ask, would you remove these handcuffs?
Huh?
In the event we're forced into an involuntary swim, I might stand a better chance. And so would you.
What?
We're losing altitude. The way we're circling, I doubt if the pilot knows exactly where we are.
Lieutenant, you and Mr. Preston had better put on your life jackets. We're in trouble.
What's the big idea? Don't you jerks know how to fly?
The starboard motor's washed out completely. The port motor's weak. The speed line isn't working properly. We'll have to ditch.
Then what?
I'm not sure, but we may be close to the coast of Borneo. My co-pilot's been sending out SOSs all along. With luck, we may be picked up by a steamer. Better get your jackets on right away.
Okay.
Well, Regan?
Maybe you're a convicted killer, Preston, but I'm gonna take a chance on you and take the handcuffs off.
Thanks.
Here we go. Look, Preston.
Sorry, but I can't wish the same to you. Our plane cracked up. My friend and I seem to have been luckier than the pilot. Here, help me pull him up a bit farther on the beach. He's still unconscious.
Oh. You Englishman, that's my husband?
You? Hey, where is he?
He's sleeping, chef. I'm inside of ours.
Well, call him. We'll need help. You tell him I'm detective.
Detective?
Police. Me. This man, my prisoner.
I call my husband.
It's a big idea, Preston.
Well, didn't know you'd come too, Regan.
Why'd you lie to her? You're the prisoner, not me.
You may have a difficult time explaining that.
How do you mean?
Well, you see, I've taken the precaution of removing your wallet, Regan. Oh, and your gun.
There are the men. Over there, see?
All right now, Lily. Keep your sarong on, I can see.
man has gone.
Which one?
Man this side.
Is that the one who said he was a copper?
Yes.
Oh, hey there.
Morning, Governor.
We seem to have had a break. Landing on an island with an English-speaking population.
My wife and me are all the population you're going to see, Governor.
Hey, you mean you live here alone?
That's right.
Look, mister, I'm a detective from San Francisco. This man is a killer, and he's my prisoner.
Oh, I see.
No, that won't work, Preston.
My name's Regan, and you know it.
The cards in my wallet identify me as Regan. The gentleman can see for himself.
He took my wallet and he took my gun. Wired the mainland and tell him we cracked up. Asked for police escort from China.
We ain't got no wireless, chum.
Can't you get in touch with the mainland at all?
No. We're 400 miles from the China coast. And it's a long way to the States.
I think you're feeling stronger now, Preston. On your feet, come on.
Will you stop calling me? Look, mister, you've got to believe me. This man's a liar, a cockeyed liar.
He's got the gun, chum. And the identification. That's good enough for me. The shack is home, Governor. My name's Arch. Hers is Lily.
Ah. And she's just as pretty as her name.
Me? Pretty?
Now, you tend to your own affairs, Lily, or I'll box her ears. Go on, dish up some grub for the gentleman.
Yes, very quick.
We've got room in the cabin for one. In the back. The other chap will have to sleep out here.
That'll be Preston, naturally. Is that Jerry Strong?
Like iron. Why?
I noticed there are rings on the stump.
The boats used to use them years ago. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll see about that grub.
All right, Regan. Get moving, my friend, over to the jetty.
You'll never get away with this, Preston.
That remains to be seen.
Someone will hit the island sooner or later.
It'll be unfortunate for you if it's later.
What are you doing?
I've got to take precautions. You're a dangerous character.
You're not going to handcuff me to this jetty.
You'll get used to it after a while.
If we ever change places again, Preston, I'm going to beat the ears right off your head.
That shall be your privilege. If we ever change places. But right now, it might be wise if you behaved yourself. You can bake in the sun for a while, and I'll let you know what our plans for the future are as soon as I make them up. They'll be a surprise to you, I'm sure. But they may not be exactly pleasant. However, we'll see.
The tropical year, according to the astronomers, is not of uniform length. Although it now consists of 365 days, 5 hours, and 48 minutes, it is decreasing at the rate of 530 thousandths of a second each century. But a certain Detective Regan might refute this scientific fact. Alone in the broiling sun, handcuffed to a jetty, he might be forgiven if he insisted that a day in the tropics was a long one, and getting longer all the time.
How do you feel, Regan?
How long have I got to stay here in the heat?
I'll take the cuffs off for a few minutes when you eat. Let you romp around on the beach for a while like a good puppy.
Big of you.
Had a rather interesting talk with our friend Arch just now.
Yeah, well, you keep looking at his wife that way, and you mightn't find him such a pal.
Yeah, she's attractive, isn't she? Very attractive. You know, they've been living alone on this island for years, just the two of them. He met on one of the larger islands, and he brought her up here.
You tell you what they call this place?
Uncharted. Part of the Dutch East Indies group. He's named it the Last Ditch. That's exactly what it seems to be. It's off the steamship lanes, and in 5 years, they've never even seen a plane.
But how do they live? Where do they get their food?
They live off the island, Regan. He grows everything he needs. Matter of fact, they seem to have little use for anything outside of themselves.
Mightn't be as stupid as you think, Preston.
But he's stupid enough to accept our reversed identity.
Preston, listen, I'll make a bargain with you. Let me loose, and when we get back to the States, I'll appeal for clemency.
And just what will that get me? A life term?
But you don't think for 1 second you'll really get away with this?
Regan, you'd better get it through your head. There's no escape from this island. No way of getting off. And as far as I'm concerned, that suits me fine.
You'd kill me without batting an eyelash, wouldn't you?
Why not? All I need is a convenient excuse for the benefit of our host. And I hope to find that excuse, Regan, in the next few hours.
So the man's a killer, eh?
Murdered his wife with an ice pick. Very clumsy fellow, indeed.
And you're taking him back to be executed?
Yeah, he's already been convicted. Broke out of prison a few days after trial.
Seems like a nice chap to me.
Nice? Man's a maniac. That's why I keep him tied. He'd kill all three of us without a qualm if I let him loose.
Go on, eh? Well, better make sure to keep him cuffed to that end post of the jetty.
Oh, why?
Well, the tide comes in about midnight. Water covers the jetty by 2-3 feet. All except the end post on this side.
Ah, that's very interesting.
Well, killer or no killer, you wouldn't want the cat to drown like a rat.
Oh, no, of course not.
How long you been on the Frisco Force, Lieutenant?
8 years.
You sure came a long way to have your man.
Please,
What is it, Lily?
I need water for cooking.
Can't you fetch it yourself?
No, it's too heavy.
All right. I'll get it for you.
Come here, Lily.
Yes?
You're a lovely creature.
You like?
I like very much. How did you ever come to marry that unkempt idiot?
Marry?
Your husband. Why did you marry him?
Be nice. He talks bad sometimes, but he treats Lily good.
Not half as good as I can treat you.
What you doing?
A little kiss never hurt anyone.
No, let go.
Oh, don't like that, Lily. Come here.
Let me go. Let me go.
To the hospital.
I'll get water, please.
She's quite a trick, aren't you? What is she, Filipino?
No. She comes from the islands.
What islands?
I never asked.
Tell me, Arch. Tell me, are you completely self-sufficient out here? You happy?
Happy as a man can be. You've seen everything.
You never have any desire to leave?
Why should I leave? I've got Lily, this house, at the China Sea for a backyard wading pool, 100 palm trees to give me shade. And I've got no truck with civilization.
It sounds like a perfect setup.
It is, Lieutenant. And nobody's spoiling it for me either. You'd better look after your prisoner outside. He's been in the sun all day.
Yes. I'll do my best to make certain he's comfortable. Thank you for reminding me. Hello, Regan. Just thought I'd stroll over and see how you were.
What are you doing?
Taking these cuffs off.
It's about time you
Oh, you're not going free, old boy. I'm just making a transfer. I'm tying you to the post at the other end of the jetty, near the water.
What for?
I thought you might like the change. All right. Get down to the end of the jetty.
There's 2 inches of water under that post.
Afraid of getting your feet wet? Don't worry about it. You won't have time to catch cold. Come on. Okay, this is far enough. Turn around. Now you're all set for a nice little swim.
Sooner or later, Preston, you're going to make one mistake.
That's the way I figured it, Regan. You see, after a while, there'll only be 2 of us on this island. Lily and me. The tide's coming in, Regan.
Tide? Are you going to keep me here until the tide?
That's the general idea.
Let me loose, Preston. You can't keep me locked to this post.
The water's coming in rather fast. 4 or 5 hours, you get yourself a bellyful. I hope you enjoy it, Mr. Lieutenant Regan. Good night.
4 or 5 hours may be a long time to some, but to Lieutenant Regan it will pass like a flash. But let's see what's happening to our dear friend Preston.
Good evening, Lily.
What do you want now?
Where's your ugly husband?
He go out. Now you leave too.
Oh, don't be afraid of me. I'm not going to hurt you.
Why you come here? What you want? Why you come to this island to make trouble?
I assure you I didn't pick the spot, Lily. But I couldn't have picked a better one if I tried.
You go away. You take boat and go away.
Boat? What boat?
Canoe. Other side of island.
Well, so Arch has been holding out on me, eh?
I give you food. You take boat and leave.
I'm not very anxious to sail the China Sea in a canoe, Lily.
What do you do with man?
Worried about Regan, eh?
Regan?
I mean, Preston.
Why you call him Regan?
Why, it's either the heat or your eyes. Getting rather absent-minded. And where are you going, Lily?
Now go out.
No, you stay right here.
No.
What have you got?
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, you got a file, huh? What were you going to do, Lily? Set him free?
I hate you.
Do you?
Don't touch me.
How about a little kiss, huh?
Don't touch me.
Well, hello, Arch.
Get out of here, Lily.
What'd you do?
You hear me? Get out. Get out!
Oh. What's the idea of the gun, Arch?
Sit down, copper.
All right, I admit I made a pass at your wife. I'll apologize if you want me to.
I think it's about time we got rid of you.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
You've been around too long as it is.
Look, Hey, you're not going to use that gun, are you? All right, I made a mistake about your wife, but you don't kill a man for that.
I got a better reason.
What?
Now, you spent 8 years on the Frisco Fort, Mr. Copper.
What about it?
And you never saw me before?
Of course not.
Stop lying.
What are you talking about?
My picture's been all over the state. You couldn't have missed it.
Your picture?
Bellows is the name. Archie Bellows. 6 years ago, I killed a man in Frisco. How do you remember?
You killed a man?
They got a noose waiting for me back in the States. There's another one in England. I'm not letting any copper get off this island to tell him where I am.
Well, I couldn't get off the island if I tried.
I lied to you. There's a boat passes 10 miles off the island tip. He never stops here. But some enterprising young gent might get the chance to signal. What's so funny?
You with a price on your head, and I've been playing it safe.
Not half as safe as I've been playing it.
We're in the same position, you fool. I'm wanted for murder, too.
Are you?
If you hate copper so much, go out there and take a shot at Regan before he drowns. He's the detective, not me.
You must think I'm soft in the head.
No. He was telling you the truth when he said I stole his identity. My name's Preston, and I'm wanted in Frisco. The other man's Regan. He's the detective on the San Francisco force.
Where'd you like to have it, Lieutenant?
I tell you, I'm not a cop. Look, Regan will tell you. He's been trying to convince you, hasn't he? Ask Regan.
How can I be sure?
I'll give you the facts about the force. He'll... Oh, for the love of Harry, stop pointing that gun at me. I'm no more a policeman than you are. Come on, take me out to him, huh? Give me a break and take me out.
All right. But it's the last break you're going to get.
He's half under. Keep the gun tight on him. I'll set him free. What's the matter? Change your mind? I'm setting you free, Regan. I told Arch the truth. Why? I just decided I couldn't get away with it after all. I don't want to spend my life in this sandbog. The ship passes nearby once a week. I'll get off the island in their canoe and take my chances somewhere else. Now, you just prove to him that my name's Preston and that you are the detective, not me.
Well,
what? Go on, Lieutenant. Tell him.
What's your name, mister? Your real name?
Preston.
That's a lie.
My name's Preston. Charles Preston.
He'll kill me, Regan. He'll kill me. Tell him the truth, huh? Don't let him kill me. Regan, don't let him. I tell you, my name... Look out, Archie. I've got to get it out of his hand. Did I kill the rat?
Yes, Arch. You got him. He's dead.
Good. He had it coming. Arch.
My husband dead.
Yes.
Maybe better that way.
I think so, Lily. I remember who he was a few hours ago. I'd have had to take him back in any case.
The steamship passed by when the sun is high tomorrow.
We'll go out to meet it, Lily. The two of us.
There are those who contend that time has a different quality about it underneath the tropic sun. Detective Lieutenant Regan might testify to that. And in passing, he might also add that justice is anything but blind.
Listen to The Clock next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Klee, narrated by Hart McGuire. You heard Leon Piers as Preston, Don Crosby as Regan, Alan Trevor as Arch. Others were Madge Ryan and Walter Sullivan. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Whistler.
that whistle is your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Custom-Built Blonde.
It was past midnight when Jerry Coonan left the cocktail bar with the tall blonde in the mink coat. On the way out, he gave the high sign to Red Stafford and Shorty Burton, sitting idly at the bar waiting for the tip-off. And as he guided her out the front door, he could see them quietly get off their stools and prepare to leave. Jerry chuckled softly to himself. The blonde was dumb and rich. The diamond pendant around her neck ought to bring 10,000 at least. And he'd mentally appraised the square-cut emerald on her right hand at 5,000 more. Yes, the blonde was custom-built, made to order. She wouldn't talk after they'd relieved her of the jewelry. She'd be afraid her husband might find out what she's been doing while he was out of town. He helped her into the car and fumbled with the keys until he was sure Red and Shorty had reached the other car and were ready to follow. The blonde, meanwhile, was having herself a great time.
Oh, Jerry. Jerry, I can't get over that character in the bar. Really, after all.
I got a million of them. They come out of the cracks when I whistle.
Oh, you're precious, darling. How'd I ever get along without you?
Hey, you better be careful. You're liable to give me the fathead. Underneath it all, you know, I'm really a modest guy. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Here's where we turn.
Oh, take it easy.
Huh?
Where are we going?
Oh, the Black Cat. Isn't that where you want to go?
Oh, yes, but...
What's the matter, huh?
Oh, I thought the Black Cat was back the other way.
Oh, you're a little twisted, sweetheart. This is a shortcut.
But, Jerry, are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Now, over to the left.
Oh, look, back there. Do you suppose that other car's following us?
Oh, no.
Well, they just turned, too. Jerry, this is a blind alley.
Gosh, I guess you're right. Must have made a mistake.
They were following us.
Stay easy, pal. Stay right where you are.
Jerry's got a gun.
Hey, wait a minute.
Shut up. Stay right there.
Okay.
Come on, lady. Come on, Gabe. This is the stick-up.
All right, mister, you asked for it.
Put down that gun, you stupid.
Don't.
Give me that. Dumb little fool.
Jerry.
Red, did she...
Yeah. Shoulder. She got Shorty, too.
She pulled that gun out of her bag and started shooting before I could get clear of the wheel and sock her. Shorty, it's Jerry.
What about him?
He's dead.
Better check the dame. Hurry up, those shots.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. She's still breathing.
Pull her out of the car and leave her on the pavement. We gotta get out of here.
I can't leave her. She knows me.
All right, let her have it. Go on. You gotta shut her up.
No, I can't.
You got her.
I'm not going to kill her, I tell you, Red. Listen, can you get out of here by yourself? Can you drive okay?
Yeah, I can get as far as the valley, I think. They'll take care of me at Mendoza's.
Okay. Get in the other car and get going.
What about the dame?
I'm taking her with me.
Yes, that's where you're a little different from the others, Jerry. The blonde is a problem, and Red had the easiest answer, but you can't kill. You've always known it, that you had the quickest, sharpest head of them all. But when the chips were down, you couldn't kill. So you take the blonde with you, watching her out of the corner of your eye as you drive towards your home in the suburbs. She lies back against the seat, relaxed as if she was sleeping, and there's an ugly gash on her forehead where you hit her. 10 minutes later, still cursing the woman's stupidity, you pull the car up the driveway and into the garage of your house. As usual, your wife, Madge, has left the doors open for you. You get out and race up the stairs to the inside door.
Madge?
Jerry, what? I just heard you come in.
Don't turn on the lights. Get something on quick. Your bathrobe, anything. Hurry.
Well, what's the matter?
Oh, plenty. Everything went wrong. The blonde.
What happened?
Red and Shorty tailed us down the alley, but when they walked up to the car, she pulled a gun, started shooting. I had to hit her.
Where is she?
In the car, still out. Oh, where's your robe?
Right here.
Come on, we gotta hurry.
Wait a minute. Jerry, is she...
No. She's still breathing. I don't know what to do. I can't let her die.
What about the police?
I don't know. You could hear those shots for 2 blocks. Now, here. Hold the flashlight while I take a look.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Oh, she's lying so still.
There's something wrong. Madge.
Is she?
Yeah. Dead.
Jerry.
We can't take her in the house.
You better drive out on the highway.
No, not yet.
But you can't.
I can't go running around the highways tonight. I'm going to need a first-class alibi when they get here.
Who?
The police. Come on, give me a hand. I'm going to lock her in the turtleback. And I'm going to call my brother. I need an alibi. Bad. Hello, Jim. This is Jerry. Yeah, you guessed it. I'm in a bad jam. I need an alibi. Oh, tonight from about 9:30 till midnight. Yeah, now listen, kid. If anyone asks you anything about me, tell them that Madge and I were with you and Grace till 12 o'clock. Oh, anything. Playing bridge? Yeah, that's good. Playing bridge. Right. Thanks, Jim. I'll explain when I see you.
With the prologue of Custom Built Blonde, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. If you've been reading the new car ads, and who hasn't, you've no doubt noticed the emphasis is being put on increased mileage, 25 to 30 miles per gallon from some of the new models. But why do you suppose this is? Is it because folks today are more interested in making their dollars go farther? Well, partly. But even more so, they're interested in the increased engineering efficiency which makes that greater mileage possible. And right there, friends, you have the reason why Signal Oil Company is so proud of the fact that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. You see, Signal's improved mileage is the result of increased power. Amazing new power. The same power that gives new Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. That's why we say, look to your speedometer for the real proof of gasoline quality. You'll find that the gasoline that gets peak performance from your motor is the same new gasoline that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
So it didn't work out quite as you'd planned, did it, Jerry? You got the jewelry all right. And with it, the body of the tall, stupid blonde woman who pulled a gun out of her purse at exactly the wrong time. Yes, it was a wrong guess, wasn't it? She wasn't made to order after all. And now she's in a position to embarrass you with the police, should one of your good friends down at headquarters get too curious and pry into the turtleback of your coupe down in the garage. Yes, Jerry, you know the police are coming sooner or later. All you can do now is wait and hope the alibi you arranged with your brother Jim will satisfy them.
I tell you, I couldn't help it, Madge. When Red and Shorty stuck us up, she pulled that silly little pearl-handled .22 out of her bag and started shooting. I had to knock her out.
Well, I don't want to say I told you so, baby.
Yeah, it's a good thing. You got sense.
Oh?
I can't think of a worse time for you to open your mouth than now.
My big, strong, brilliant husband.
Now, wait a minute.
You wait a minute. Why don't you go down to headquarters right now?
Huh?
Sure, walk right in. Lock me up, fellas. I just killed the blonde. It was all an accident.
Will you
but
shut up?
I won't shut up. If I want to say I told you so, I'll say it, because I did. I told you 1,000 times you haven't got the right kind of a brain for this. But you knew it all, didn't you? No, you never get rattled. You always take time and think it out. So now we've got the blonde in the turtleback, and we sit here and wait for the boys to come around and pick you up.
Let me handle it, will you?
Why? Tell me that, Jerry. Why? That tin horn alibi. Do you think they'll fall for that? If you had any sense, you'd drive out on the highway somewhere
I told
right
you I'm
now.
not driving out in any highways. She stays right here. Do you understand that? And if you don't like it, you can go, Madge.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
Huh?
It's what it always comes to when we have an argument. I can go if I want to. But I never want to.
Yeah, okay.
What's that?
Wait a minute. It's a police car.
I knew it.
2 cops. One of them looks like Berg of homicide. Listen, get back into bed. Hurry, let me handle this.
All right, Jerry. You handle it.
Better wait a minute. Who is it?
Police. Open up.
Oh, okay, just a minute. Turn on the lights. Oh. Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Coonan. Sergeant Adams.
Hello. Sergeant?
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Coonan. Mind if we come in?
Well, not at all.
Thanks. All right, nice little place you got here.
Yeah, well, we like it.
Sorry to disturb you so late.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going to bed.
Yeah, I was going to say you were up a little late tonight. Just got home?
Yeah. Playing a little bridge over at my brother's place.
Jerry, who is...
Oh, come in, Madge. This is Lieutenant Berg, my wife.
How do you do?
Sergeant Adams.
How are you?
Hello.
So you were over to your brother's, huh?
Yeah.
You won't mind if we check that.
Why not?
Shall I call him, Chief? There's a phone over there.
In a minute. Coonan, it looks like you might need an alibi.
Alibi? What am I going to do with an alibi?
Have you seen your pals, Red Stafford and Shorty Burton, lately?
Not for a couple of days. Why?
Oh, they went at the bridge party, huh? Any idea where they are now?
I wouldn't know.
Well, I'll tell you. Burton's in the morgue.
Huh?
And Stafford's at the emergency hospital getting blood transfusions.
What do you mean?
A car jumped the curb and crashed through a Signal Oil billboard about an hour ago. Stafford was crumpled over the wheel with a couple of bullets in him. And Burton was sitting next to him, dead from a couple of slugs.
Oh, that's awful.
Gee, I'm sorry to hear that, Lieutenant.
Yeah, tough, isn't it?
I wonder what happened.
Do you?
Yeah, like I said.
Yeah, like you said. You were playing bridge when it happened. You've been pals with those 2 birds for a long time, Coonan.
What does that mean?
Doesn't prove anything, of course, but when we found Stafford, he was still conscious, muttering to himself. He was calling your name. That's funny, isn't it?
Not so funny.
Well, maybe not. Maybe he wasn't talking about you. After all, there's lots of guys in this town named Jerry. Where's your gun, Coonan?
I don't own one.
Not even a little .22?
Not even a .22.
Well, I'll admit it sounds screwy asking a big he-man like you if he packs a .22, but that's what they were shot with. How about you, Mrs. Coonan?
I never owned a gun in my life.
You can search the place if you want it. You don't even need a warrant. I got nothing to hide.
Thanks very much. So you just got back from your brother's, huh?
That's right. A few minutes ago.
Uh-huh. Where's your car?
In the garage?
Adams, go and have a look. Something wrong, Coonan?
No, nothing wrong.
Go ahead, Adams.
Right.
We've been watching you 3 birds pretty closely since that banker was knocked off 3 weeks ago.
Red and I were in Chicago when that happened, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I know. That's what you said. You're going to have to prove that. Oh, excuse me a minute, will you? What's your brother's phone number?
Atlantic 2204.
Thanks. Now I'll look it up. I just want to be sure I'm talking to him at his home, wherever that is. Coonan James Ziff. Well, you're telling the truth so far. That's the number. Hello? Mr. Coonan? It's Lieutenant Berg of Homicide speaking. I'm calling you about your brother, Jerry. Have you seen him tonight? No, he's all right. There's nothing wrong. All I want to know is if you've seen him. He was there with his wife until 12? Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to know. Good night.
Hey, see? Just like I told you.
Uh-huh, maybe. But you had plenty of time to put him wise.
I just checked the car, Chief.
What about it?
Your hunch was wrong. Motor's still warm.
Oh?
Is that what you were checking? I told you I just got home.
Sure, from the bridge party.
But I found something else interesting.
What are you talking about?
Easy, Coonan. Go ahead, Adams.
The ownership certificate's got Red Stafford's name on it.
Well, now, isn't that interesting?
Sure. I just bought the car from him last week. You can check with the motor vehicle department. They get the papers.
Don't worry. We'll check.
All right. Anything else, Lieutenant?
Yeah, a lot of things. But we'll get the answers somewhere else. So far, you seem to be in the clear from shooting your pals, Coonan. You were playing bridge at your brother's. You bought the car from Stafford last week. You don't own a gun. And also, you and Stafford were in Chicago 3 weeks ago when that banker was knocked over.
That's it?
I hope so, for your sake. Come on, Adams. Good night, Coonan, Mrs. Coonan. You're free to come and go as you please, but I'd suggest that you don't leave town.
Okay, Lieutenant. Good night. That was close. I better sit down.
Yeah. Well, you still think you were right in leaving her there?
Oh, that would have looked great, wouldn't it? You alone here, me out on the highway getting rid of a blonde, and the cops come around to check. But there's one thing, though.
I'd like to know it.
They don't know anything about the blonde. They're worrying about Red and Shorty and that banker, whoever he is. Wait a minute. Yeah, I knew it. Berg had still another guy with him. There were 3. He's left them outside to watch the house. We'll be followed every minute from now on. Night and day.
Yes, that's the rub, isn't it, Jerry? You got around one problem by coming directly home with a blonde in your car. But there's a tougher one now, isn't there? How can you get rid of her under the noses of the police, with a special officer following you night and day? You lie awake all night thinking about it. How, Jerry? How can you do it? Then at 10 o'clock the next morning it comes to you.
I've got it, Madge. Joe Mendez.
Who?
He runs a repair garage, deals in hot cars on the side. He'll do anything for money. Sure. Yeah, if he can get another car just like mine. 39 green Chevrolet Deluxe Master Coupe.
What are you talking about?
Excuse me, honey. Got a phone call to make. Oh, don't make any plans for this afternoon, baby. We're going bye-bye.
Don't be ridiculous, Jerry. You know we'll be followed.
Sure we'll be followed. Our friend will follow us right downtown and into Joe Mendez's garage, where we're going to park the car while we go shopping.
Then what?
Then we let Joe take over. And like I said, baby, he'll do anything for money.
So you called Joe Mendez. And just as you predicted, the minute you mentioned money, he was your boy, wasn't he, Jerry? Yes. He'll arrange to have a green coupe in his garage, exactly like yours, for a fee, of course. And best of all, he'll have it there this afternoon. It's 3 o'clock when you start out with Madge on the shopping trip. And you smile to yourself as you see the police car pull out from the curb and follow you downtown. Joe is all ready for you when you arrive.
Yes, sir?
My name is Coonan. I called Mr. Mendez about having my car tuned up.
Oh, yes, Mr. Coonan. I am Mendez. You can leave it here. I'll have one of the men park it for you.
Can you have it ready in a couple of hours?
Oh, I think so. Perhaps we better go into the office. I will write up the order.
Oh, sure. Oh, Madge.
Yeah, Jerry?
Stick around. I'll be right back. you get the car?
Yes, he's out there in the line right now.
What about this?
Take it easy. I couldn't tell him apart myself. Where's the $2,000?
Oh, here.
Don't flash it. Your friend's out at the front door watching us.
Oh, yeah. Now, listen. After we leave, switch the license plates. Switch the stuff in the dash compartment, everything. Here's the ignition key.
Yeah. Well, what about the turtleback?
Never mind the turtleback. It's locked, and don't try to open it. Leave the key to the new car in the dash. We'll drive it home, leave mine here.
How long?
My brother will come for it later. Just leave it here and forget about it. Okay?
Okay.
See you later, Joe. We're going to take our friend out there on a shopping tour.
I'm awfully sorry, madam. I've shown you everything we have in suede handbags. Perhaps something in reptile.
Oh, yes, that's an idea. Let's see what you have in reptile.
Just a moment. I'll get them for you.
He's still there?
Yeah, over by that pillar.
What about Jim?
I'll call him tonight. Have him pick up our car tomorrow. We can get rid of the blonde in a couple of days after this blows over. I got a hunch Lieutenant Berg will be around tonight to really give us the once-over again. Oh, yeah.
This seems to be the only thing we have in reptile. Would you like to look at it?
Oh, yes, I'll look at it.
So you watched the quiet man in plain clothes follow you and Madge from store to store, and finally back to Joe Mendez's garage at the appointed time. You both walk in the door and then stand to one side waiting.
Just a second, Madge.
What are you...
Hello, officer. Oh. You, enjoy the shopping trip?
Oh, I almost lost you a couple of times. Where to now, Sonny?
Home? Oh, that's my green coupe over there. Come on, Madge.
Oh, Mr. Cooner.
Oh, hello, Mendez. Did you get her tuned up all right?
Yes.
Good. You want to ride out with us, officer? Got room for one more.
No, thanks. I got my own car.
Okay. Well, here we are, Madge. Get in. Oh, how much do I owe you, Mendez?
Oh, $9.85.
Okay. Here you are. Thanks, and keep the change.
Well, Jerry, you're out of the woods now. The license plate's been changed, the contents of the dash compartment, everything. Yes, Mendez did a good job. An hour later, you're home, with the officer following just behind you. As you expected, Lieutenant Berg is waiting for you when you arrive.
Waiting for me, Lieutenant?
Yeah, been on for a little ride.
You ought to know. We've been tailed everywhere we went.
Okay, Coonan, I'll call off the bloodhounds. Just dropped by to tell you that Red Stafford died an hour ago.
Oh, that's too bad.
He regained consciousness just before he went. He said you weren't mixed up in that shooting last night.
Anything else?
Yeah, something about a scrape with a woman they tried to stick up. Said she pulled a gun and then drove off after the shooting.
I see.
Can't understand why she didn't report it, though.
It is funny, isn't it?
Yeah. Another thing, the business about that banker. You really were in Chicago with Stafford.
Well, so now you believe me.
I'd know better than to believe you, Conan. But Stafford had the proof. Or I think he had.
Huh?
Let's go inside. I'll tell you about it.
Well, is it important?
It's your neck.
That's important. Come on inside.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, with reconversion still much in the spotlight, here are some facts I think you'll be interested in. You know, of course, the vital role that independent businessmen played in the building of America. And you know that today more and more men are expressing a desire to get into business for themselves. But did you know that our sponsor, Signal Oil Company, has for over 15 years sold its products only through independent businessmen, substantial, responsible men, who are so earnest about their business of serving the motoring public that they're willing to invest their own money in it. Naturally, Signal dealers are carefully chosen for their ability and integrity, which explains why so many dealers have been with Signal Oil Company ever since the beginning, 15 years ago. So you see, there's a good reason why you find more conscientious, experienced men operating Signal stations, and why Signal dealers, with an incentive to build their own business, naturally give your car more thorough service that does help it run better and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, you're pretty proud of yourself, aren't you, Jerry? Joe Mendez was a real inspiration. The blonde is resting quietly now in the turtleback of your car back in Mendez garage. And the substitute car outside is all ready for Lieutenant Berg, if he happens to get curious. You glance slyly at Madge, wink at her as you escort the lieutenant into your living room. He starts to sit down and then decides to stand.
You had us going for a while, Conan. Oh, yeah, I guess I better do my checking first.
Checking?
Yeah, I'm a kind of a cynic. That's so I don't believe anything anymore. Stafford said while the two of you were in Chicago, he signed some kind of a legal paper before a notary.
Oh, yeah. I remember I witnessed it for him.
Yeah, well, that's the proof I was talking about. For some reason, Stafford stuck it in a little valise.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, except he tossed the valise in the turtle back of his car and forgot about it.
The turtle back?
Yeah. Says it's still there.
Oh, no. That is, I don't think it's there. I never noticed it.
Huh. But you wouldn't mind if I check?
No, Berg. I wouldn't mind if you checked. Here. One of these two keys. Help yourself.
Thanks. I will.
Hello?
Jerry, this is Joe Mendez.
Mendez, listen, I can't talk now.
But this is important.
It'll keep. I got things to do.
But listen, I'm trying to tell you. There was a cop hanging around the place all the time you were shopping. I didn't get a chance to change the license plates.
You... Wait a minute. What are you getting at?
I'm saying I didn't make the switch. You still got your own car.
Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Jack Moyles and Bill Conrad. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Will Pryor, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard The Whistler? I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Yes, it's time for another strange tale by the Whistler.
Each Wednesday evening at this same time, The Whistler brings you an unusual story of conflict and emotion. Tonight, My Love Comes Home.
There's a man who sits at the bar of a waterfront saloon in New England tonight. A man you'd pass on the street and never notice. Unmarried, 45. A truck driver by profession. Ordinary except for one extraordinary fact. He has held the lives of 3 people in the palm of his hand.
How will it be, Eddie?
Yeah, beer, I guess.
Right.
Hey, give me that paper over there, will you?
Hey, sure. It's full of that murder case in New Bedford. Here's your beer.
Yeah, thanks.
Smooth trip tonight?
Yeah. No traffic, no nothing. You know, if there's one gripe I got about my job, that's it.
Yeah, what?
Nothing ever happens.
Yes, Eddie the truck driver, with the power of life and death over 3 people, continued to sit reading the paper in the New England bar and drink his beer. The amazing chain of events which had given him this power began 2 months before at an airfield in northern New Brunswick. Sam Hardesty, a bush pilot, sat in the office writing a letter.
And if things go as expected, I ought to arrive on the 15th. I've looked forward to this for so long, darling. Through all the long months in this God-forsaken wilderness. Huh?
Howie! 6 below and a 40-mile wind. Well, I never got that crate down tonight. What's doing, Sammy boy?
Writing a letter to Helen.
Ah, that's great. Like to see that. Loyal husband, devoted wife, month's leave, fireside, and slippers.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's great if it works.
Don't worry. It works.
Yeah, that's what Frenchie said.
What does that mean, Bruce?
Well, it means that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
What about Frenchie?
Well, he had a month's leave, only he didn't write his wife he was coming.
Well?
She was gone when he got home. Montreal with another guy.
Well, so what?
So, a guy away from home 6 months at a crack better be ready for it when it comes. They're all the same. There isn't one who'll play second fiddle to a DC-3.
If that happened with Helen, I wouldn't want to live anymore.
I seen it happen, Sam. A lot of times.
Frenchie didn't write,
huh? He wanted it to be a surprise. Hey, why don't you turn it up?
I want it to be a surprise, too.
Well, all I know, Mr. Hardesty, is that she closed the apartments, said she was leaving New York for a month or so, going to Cape Cod.
Cape Cod in the middle of winter?
A little town called Oyster Cove. She's taken landscape lessons from an artist up there. I think you remember him. Jeff Christie?
Yeah. I remember him.
Well, of course, Sam, darling. Jeff and I didn't know what to think. You surprised us.
Please,
so.
Helen, just a minute.
Well, Sam, dear, you've acted so strangely ever since you got in this afternoon.
Helen, this is the first minute we've had alone. Helen, it's not like it was, is it?
What are you talking about?
Like it was a couple of years ago, when you'd look up at me with your eyes full of it.
Well, Sam,
Yeah, before you got interested in art. When we made a lot of plans about me going to Canada for the money and you saving it for me down here so we could get a real start.
I won't listen to this, Sam.
Helen, why are you here?
I told you I'm learning to paint landscapes. And it makes no difference to me whether or not you choose to believe it.
Jeff said he thought you had promise. What does that mean?
Whatever you want it to mean.
All right, Helen, you needn't worry. I'll be civil to him. But you know the kind of guy I am. I'll never give you up to him. I'll kill him first.
Sam.
That's it, Helen.
All right, Sam.
That's it.
With the prologue of My Love Comes Home, CBS brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. You know, it took 12 million determined young men to keep your home for you. Men who were willing to give up their homes and apartments and their jobs and families to protect yours. 3 million of these same young men now have no place to live through no fault of their own. And it's going to take a long time to build housing to accommodate them. And many of them, even men with families, are sleeping in automobiles and public parks. You can help by moving over, just for the time being. By making any spare room in your house available to a veteran, and if possible, a veteran with a family. If you have space or know of any, call your local veterans organization or housing authority. And do it now. Now, back to The Whistler.
Nothing ever happens to Eddie, the truck driver, sitting at the bar at Plymouth reading his paper. Eddie, the truck driver, the man who held the lives of 3 people in the palm of his hand. One of the lives was Sam Hardesty's, only Sam didn't know it, did you, Sam? The world was falling around your ears on those first awful days at the Cape as you watched them together, as you tried to be civil to Jeff, as you promised her. As you struggled to ignore the tension that mounted in the strained silences that came so often, making you remember what Bruce told you before you left New Brunswick.
They're all the same. I've seen it happen, Sam, a lot of times.
Yes, Sam. The first 2 days were almost unbearable. And on the 3rd day, when they left for the point, you couldn't stand the silence and spent the afternoon in a bar in the village, alone. But they were at home that night when you returned, having cocktails. And there was nothing to do but join them.
How about another, Sam?
I don't know. I was drinking this afternoon. My head's kind of thick. Maybe I better skip it.
Not backing out, are you, Sam?
No, Jeff. Not backing out.
Well, come on, Sam, darling. Join in. The shaker's full, Jeff. Pour him another martini.
Sure.
The last one tasted a little weird.
Well, hard to get good vermouth these days. Here you are.
You having one?
Not this round.
Helen?
No, thanks, Sam.
Okay, I'll drink alone. Skull?
Show Sam what you accomplished today, Helen.
Jeff, I don't want him to see it until it's finished.
Oh, come on now. Don't be modest.
Well, I still think it's a mistake to show it to him now.
She's a pretty remarkable girl, Sam.
Yeah. We seem to agree on that.
Yes, there you are.
The harbor looking back from the point. And I've never seen a beginner handle the ocean like that.
You see, Sam, I do accomplish things while you're gone.
I never said you didn't.
Yes. She does get things done while you're away for 6 months at a crack. Playing tag with the Eskimos. Forgetting all about it.
Who says I forgot about her?
I'm sorry. Here, let me fill your glass. There you are.
What did you do today, Sam?
Nothing much. Took a walk around, met some of the natives. There's nothing like a native or two to put a guy in touch.
Well, Cape Cod isn't much in the winter. Hardly anyone around.
The old reliables are here. It's surprising what a guy can learn. Sitting around in the general store, listening to the gossip. A guy can lose track of things. There's nothing but a DC-3 to shoot the breeze with. 6 months makes a lot of...
What's the matter, darling?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong.
Fit as a fiddle, aren't you, Sam?
Sure.
Have another martini.
Yes, do you think you'd better?
Sure, give me another martini. Look at the pickup.
Got the shaker right here.
Fill her up.
Yes.
He's all right. Here, Sam, I'll fill your glass.
Fill her up.
Have another.
Fill her up.
Fill your glass.
Fill her up.
And the last thing you remember, Sam, is drinking that martini. Things begin to fade right after that. Helen and Jeff receding into the purple clouds closing around you. The next thing is the water. Ice-cold water biting through your body. You're struggling to get to the surface. Then, air. Great lungfuls of it. And the feel of something solid to hold on to.
That bridge. God, this bridge. What happened? What? I remember. I better hold on for a while. Rest.
You cling to the bridge piling, Sam, fighting the tide trying to sweep you out into the Atlantic. You've hit your head somewhere and it aches. But the cold water has cleared it so you can think.
Where's the drinks? Yeah, the drinks were drugged. They tried to kill me.
A half hour later, you're staggering through the little village of Oyster Cove. Dark and silent in the hours before dawn, past a row of cabins facing the sea, vacant for the winter. You find a piece of scrap iron and break into the last cabin.
There.
And a minute later, you're wrapped in a blanket, resting, thinking it's through again. There's a blackness inside you, a hopeless heavy weight in the pit of your stomach. A feeling that there's nothing to live for, and a strange half-wish that they'd been successful when they tried to kill you. Then your eye strikes something on the wall in the corner.
I wonder.
Number, please.
Still connected. That's a break.
Number, please. Number, please.
Operator, give me the... No, wait a minute. No, not the police. They tried to kill me. They committed murder. At least it was in their minds. Why shouldn't they suffer for it? Why shouldn't they suffer for it?
Number, please.
I want long distance, operator. Get me the night editor of the New Bedford Gazette.
Night editor's desk.
I got a story for you.
Who's this?
Oh, there are reasons why I can't tell you. You got your book?
Yeah.
Put this down. Sam Hardesty, a pilot for North Canada Airlines, was murdered tonight.
Wait a minute.
Put it down. You can check it tomorrow.
Okay. Go on.
He was drugged and hit on the head. His body tossed into Oyster Cove Inlet from the bridge at 2 this morning.
Yeah?
That's all.
Who are you?
I can't risk getting mixed up with the police. I know it's true because I saw it happen.
You realize I'm going to check this.
That's great. Check all you want. No telling what you'll uncover.
Fair enough.
Okay. You take it from there.
Yes, Sam. There's a way to make them suffer for the crime they committed in their minds. It wasn't their fault you didn't die, that the drugged liquor wasn't enough, and the cold water of the inlet brought you back in time to save yourself. You examine the cabin carefully. The electricity is on. There's plenty of canned food and a radio, wooden shutters over the windows for privacy. There's nothing to do now but wait, Sam. Things will begin to happen in a matter of hours. The first thing, of course, will be a curious representative of the New Bradford District Attorney's Office dropping in to see Helen.
You've got to understand, Lieutenant. I tell you I don't know any more about it than you do.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Hardesty. I'm not accusing you of anything.
I'm aware of that.
Well, you act as if I were. Now, you say your husband had taken too much to drink.
Yes. We left him alone in the living room for a moment.
We?
Jack and I. I mean Mr. Christie. We only left him for a few minutes. Then I called to Sam, and there was no answer. He was gone. We took the car and looked for him.
And you couldn't find him?
That's right.
He's a pilot, huh? Away from home for long periods?
Yes. Canada.
I see. Keep us informed of your whereabouts, Mrs. Hardesty. We might want to get in touch with you later.
Strickland speaking.
Hello, D.A. Lieutenant Johnson. I just talked to them both. Nosed around town a little bit, too.
What about it?
Could be. The Makins are all here.
Still might be a hoax, but we can't take a chance. We'll drag the inlet tomorrow.
Right. And by the way, Chief, about the release to the newspapers. I'd say something to the effect that an anonymous phone call was received indicating that there might have been
foul play in connection with the disappearance last night of Sam Hardesty, Canadian bush pilot. Police were unable to trace the call and suspect it might be the work of a crime. Since there is no evidence Hardesty is actually dead. A search of Oyster Cove Inlet is planned for tomorrow. Now the football scores.
No evidence. Nothing to indicate I'm dead. Now, I'll have to make some evidence.
No evidence, Sam. It might be the work of a crank. You lean back and think. No evidence. The fog is thick over the inlet that night when you arrive at the bridge. Look it over carefully and listen for a minute. It's deserted, quiet as a tomb. You prick your finger, put a few bloodstains on your initialed pocket handkerchief. Hang it from a bush near the shore as if it had blown there. You find a skiff at the jetty. Row out to a line of lobster pots anchored near the bridge. Pull up the nearest one. Take off your wristwatch, break the band, smash it on the gunwale of the boat. Tangle it securely in the lobster net and let it down again. The newspapers ought to have a fine time with that.
Hello, press room. Listen, hold everything on the afternoon edition. Take this new lead on the Hardesty case. You ready? Police announced a startling new development in the Hardesty case early today when the missing man's wristwatch
was discovered tangled in a lobster net anchored near Oyster Cove Bridge, purported site of the murder. A bloody handkerchief bearing Hardesty's laundry marks and initials was discovered in a patch of underbrush near the site. Current opinion is that the man was murdered, his body thrown from the bridge and carried out to sea by the receding tide. Mrs. Hardesty and Christie, last to see Hardesty alive, were ordered to report to New Bedford for questioning.
Well, they're playing right into your hands, aren't they, Sam? Now, one more thing. One more ought to do it. They're both in New Bedford now, and the house on Shore Road is vacant. You still have the key, and you remember an item in the living room you might be able to use. Yes, Sam, one more ought to do it. 2 hours later, you're back. You place the item on the table before you. Get out pen and paper and begin to write.
Dear Al, I'm writing you this letter because you're my brother, and the only one I can turn to now. Helen is in love with Jeff. She insists on a divorce.
Where did you get that letter, Lieutenant?
Now, let me finish. She insists on a divorce, but I can't go through with it. I know if I don't, they'll do anything, even kill me. That's all. You never finished it.
Tell me, where did you get it?
It was stuck between the pages of a book you took out of the Oyster Cove rental library last week. This lady just brought it in.
Why, I never returned the book.
What about that, Miss Foss?
It was returned through the slot in the door. I found it on the floor when I arrived this morning.
I told you he's still alive. That proves that Sam wrote that letter. It's in his handwriting.
Sure he wrote it. Question is when. The library's only open 1 day a week. It could have been returned any time after last Wednesday.
I tell you, I was there in the house yesterday. He broke in last night when I was gone and stole it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hardesty. I don't believe you. You and Christie report tomorrow for the preliminary hearing. That's all.
Well, Sam, it took just 4 days to do it. You ought to be satisfied now with Helen and Jeff facing a murder charge. You tell yourself over and over, 10 times, 100 times, that it's right, that they committed murder in their minds, that they must suffer the consequences. It's midnight when you leave the cabin and walk down to the deserted road. 2 a.m. before a truck finally comes by and stops for you. The driver's name is Eddie, and you wish he wouldn't talk so much. But you haven't any choice, and he's going in the right direction. North, towards Canada.
Sorry to take you out of your way, pal.
Gotta pick up a load of fish at Stillport. Of course, you're lucky to get a ride at all this time of night.
Yeah, I suppose I am. Where are we now?
Well, them lights up ahead of the airfield. 10 miles from there to Stillport. You can get back on the track up at Plymouth.
Back on the track?
Yeah, to Canada.
Huh? What made you think I was going to Canada?
Well, that's where you was going the other night.
What other night?
Hey, what's the matter, you pal?
Tell me, what other night?
Well, let me see. The last time I come through, Friday.
What happened Friday?
I picked you up, just like tonight. I thought you knew. Oh, sure. I'm a dunce. I should have known.
What?
You couldn't remember anything. You're as drunk as a skunk. Stand in the middle of the road and waving your arm.
Listen, Eddie, this is important.
Huh?
Where did you pick me up?
Just outside Oyster Cove, about 2 a.m. You changed your mind about Canada, though. I had to let you out.
Where did you let me out, Eddie?
At the bridge.
At the airport over there?
Yeah.
Stop, let me out.
Huh? Again?
Stop, I said.
Okay, pal. You're the doctor.
A million things hit you at once, Sam. She was telling the truth. Everything Helen said was the truth. And in 4 hours, she'll stand up at the hearing and be charged with your murder. There's one way you can stop it, Sam. One way you can get there in time. There's a plane warming up on the airstrip, and you stand in the shadows watching as the pilot gets out and walks across the field to the hangar, where a mechanic in grimy overalls stands in the circle of light, leaning against the door. Quietly, you move toward the plane on the far side. You can see they're talking. They can't see you.
Better gas her up, Marty. Ready to take off.
Plenty of gas in her. I checked the indicator.
Better check the tank. Indicator went on the blink this morning. Only about 5 minutes gas, but... Holy cow! Somebody's taking it off!
It was the only way, Sam. You'll have to make it right later. The lights of the airport fade behind you as the plane swings southwest toward New Bedford. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, plenty of gas. You're sure now that you can get there in time to stop it. The shortest route lies straight across the wide mouth of the Sound, and you look down at it, stretching below like a huge funnel, with the Atlantic at one end and Oyster Cove at the other. Then it happens. The motor begins to cough. You look around at the indicator, full tank, enough for 3 hours. Frantically, you work the throttle.
It's not gas, there's plenty of gas. It's the fuel line, maybe, or the pump. I gotta make it, baby. Don't let me down now.
The motor dies. The nose goes down. Nothing under you but water. Nothing within gliding range. You're going to crash, Sam. You pull back the canopy, start to climb out of the cockpit.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. This is an emergency. This is America asking you to move over and make room for a veteran. That extra unused room, that attic, that garage, any kind of shelter to keep these men and their families under a roof. If you have such a place, or if you can make one available, communicate with your local veterans or housing agency. But do it now. This is an emergency. Now back to The Whistler.
It was a long 6 weeks, but Helen and Jeff were hopeful. The state didn't have much of a case. The disappearance of Sam Hardesty was still a disappearance. In spite of the bits of incriminating evidence that came from nowhere, in spite of the gossip in Oyster Cove. Yes, Helen and Jeff were hopeful. For one very solid reason.
They haven't got a case without a body. You've got to remember that. I've been a lawyer for 20 years, and I've yet to see a conviction where they...
There's a call for you, Mr. Madison.
Thank you. Excuse me a moment, will you?
Of course.
Chin up, dear. We're going to make it.
I don't know, Jeff. I don't seem to care much anymore. We did kill him. If he's alive, he'd have shown up somewhere by now, and it doesn't...
Please, Helen, darling, you've got to pull yourself together.
We're going to pay the piper, Jeff. We tried to kill him. Put the drug into his drink. It doesn't matter what happened after that, don't you see? That was the crime. The planning, the decision to do it. Just because he walked out somewhere before we could go through with it.
You see where that leads.
Mr. Matson believes in us, Jeff.
It's his business to believe in his clients. His job is to get an acquittal, and that's what we're paying him for. Wait a minute. Here he comes.
It looks like something's wrong.
Yes, Eddie, the truck driver, the man who held the lives of 3 people in the palm of his hand, sits in the New England bar tonight, reading the paper, drinking his beer.
Yeah, can you beat this, Alec? Listen. Christie and Mrs. Hardesty plead guilty. Throw selves on mercy of court when husband's body found at Oyster Cove Bridge.
Yeah, the guy was a flyer, wasn't he?
Yeah, flyer. You know, a funny thing happened to me. About 6 weeks ago, I picked up a flyer down in that section. Said he was going to Canada.
How about another beer, Eddie?
Wonder why he made me stop at the airport that night. Wonder it could have been that same bum. Ah, that's crazy. Nothing ever happens to me. Yeah, Alec, give me another beer.
Next Wednesday at this same time, the Whistler will return with the story of Leora and Kent, of the blind rage which ended in murder on the 10th floor of a New York apartment, and of the terror which gripped them as they tried to find a way out. The strange story, Panic. Featured in tonight's production were Elliot Lewis and Ann Stone. This program is a featured production of the Columbia Broadcasting System and was directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Dialgue for a Tragedy. Yes? Yes, I know the pistol's loaded. Yes, it's perfectly easy to see that it's pointed at my head. Let me congratulate you on a very steady hand. You've held it without moving for almost a minute now. I've been glancing at the clock. Certainly I know what you propose to do. You propose to squeeze the trigger of the pistol just a tiny little hair's breadth at a time. Squeeze it softly, gently, just as you were taught to do out at Fort Riley all those years ago when you were a fat little buck private in the cavalry. Squeeze, 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 the way Ike Martin used to teach you. Squeeze the trigger until you squeeze the bullet right out of the muzzle. Right out of the muzzle, right up my head. And the reason you squeeze the trigger so gently is so as you won't know the exact moment the hammer falls on the firing pin. The firing pin snicks against the cap of the cartridge, and the gas begins to expand. And then I look at you like the young subaltern in Kipling's Grave of the 100 Head, remember? With a big blue mark on his forehead and the back blown out of his head. Yes, I remember the Grave of the 100 Head. I like Kipling. Remember a Snyder squibbed in the jungle, somebody laughed and fled, and the men of the first shikaris picked up their subaltern dead, with a big blue mark on his forehead and the back blown out of his head? Very pretty. Very, very pretty. I doubt very much if I'm going to be able to talk you out of it. You got most of the slack taken up on that trigger, and now the real squeeze begins, doesn't it? Now you can feel the steel pressing against the steel inside the gun itself, pressing back against the pressure of your finger, as if it's reluctant to give that last irrevocable fraction of an inch. The fraction of an inch that'll let slip that 30 grams of copper-jacketed death. I never could remember the names of those parts inside the pistol that make the last final deal with the laws of physics and ballistics. I remember the sear, whatever it is, and the disconnector and the firing pin. But I never could keep them separate in my mind. And now the sear and the disconnector and the firing pin and the firing pin spring. All the odd-shaped little gadgets inside that gun are conspiring to make a mess of the mind that never could keep them separate. A very fine piece of poetic justice, indeed. No, don't just crook your finger on the trigger. Remember how Ike Martin said squeeze your whole hand? Squeeze even the fingers that aren't touching the trigger. That takes longer. It makes a better game of it. Squeeze your whole hand. The trigger finger will squeeze right along with the others, and presently, you won't be talked out of it, will you? Well, then, perhaps I have time to tell you a few things about yourself before the hammer falls and puts a permanent period to my simple declarative English sentences. If you don't know the exact second the hammer will fall, I don't know it either. It'll be an interesting interlude. All right, I'll begin. A whited sepulchre. A noisome charnel house of a man, spotless and clean to the eye, but within a stifling miasma of horror. It's you I'm talking about. You with the pistol pointed at my head. You with your finger closing on the trigger. You're a thief.
About something that I've got to talk to you about, dear. The children were here this afternoon. Well, Stu's children, the adopted ones. And they have some ridiculous idea that everything isn't right about her will. Her will. Why, they say they're both sure that there was another will, leaving all her money to them instead of to you. I know I said it was absurd. Yes, they said they knew she'd written another will in her own handwriting. Holographic will, isn't that what they call it? I know she made that will, leaving all the money to you a long time ago before the children were adopted. No, I don't like to discuss it either, dear. I said it was absurd, didn't I? But they knew that you and Sue, well, they knew how Sue grew to dislike you for some fancied wrong or something that I don't know about. And they said, Well, you know how Sue was about her heart. They said she'd made a will cutting you off. Yes, I know you're her brother. It's absurd. Cutting you off and leaving the entire estate to them. And they said they knew where she'd hidden the will, and when they went to find it, it had disappeared. Why, they seem to have some ridiculous idea that you... Of course, I don't believe it. No, dear, they haven't got a cent. And it really gave me a guilty feeling with you being the sole heir to all her money.
Thief. Rich man, thief. People don't search out and destroy unfavorable wills in real life, do they? They don't rob orphans, children in real life, do they? Don't they, thief? You're rich, aren't you, thief? The kids. The girl. Her name was Celeste. She's married now, got 4 kids. Lives above a saloon down in Baltimore. That's her money that bought that gun you're aiming at me. The boy. Tough little devil, wasn't he? 17 when it happened, and he accused you right out, didn't he? You shouldn't have kicked him so hard. Too bad he died. It won't be fun meeting him when you die. No, it won't be fun. Not if there's any justice the other side of the grave. He was a bitter young fellow. His sister's money and his money. That's what bought the gun, wasn't it? Makes you cringe. But I noticed your finger's still on the trigger. And your wife, Norma. She was sorry for the kids, too, but what could she do? You never let her know exactly what became of the kids, did you? A lot of things you never let Norma know. No, come on, look at me. A lot of things you never let Norma know, weren't there? That's Norma now. She doesn't know what's going on in here, does she?
Dear, may I come in?
We won't answer Norma, will we? She'll go away. Maybe Norma thinks you're asleep. Norma doesn't know you're sitting here with your finger on the trigger of the gun. Norma doesn't know. Now she's gone. No, lots of things Norma doesn't know. Traitor. Almost forgotten about Frederick, hadn't you? Long, long, long time. Poor old Frederick. Almost forgotten that Norma and Frederick were married to each other once, hadn't you? Traitor. Sitting there with that gun in your hand, pointed at my head. You traitor. You'd forgotten Frederick.
I know whom to come to, but I decided you're the best friend I've got. Oh, you are. I'd do anything for you. Anything you'd ask. Yes, of course. Yes, of course I'm in a fix. And if Norma finds out, Norma will leave me. She'll leave me, that's all. And I couldn't stand to have Norma leave me. I can't help it. I love Norma. No, I don't dare tell her about it. Money, of course. I could put it back. Nobody'd know about it. I covered my tracks. Yes, I was cunning enough to cover my tracks. But now, tomorrow, today, now I don't know. Yes, I do know. They'll catch me. And if they do, Norma... I tell you, I love Norma. I don't want to break Norma's heart. There's nobody but you to ask. No, I don't need money. Not money. I can put back the money I took, and they'll never know it. Yes, I know I said that. Now, all you've got to do... No, it's nothing criminal. No, not at all. You're my friend. And you help me cover up till the danger's past, and I'll always be... But I am your friend. Thank you. How can I thank you? If Norma'd ever find it out, she'd hate me and... Why, I'd die.
So long ago. So very long ago. And Gretchen. Almost forgotten you were married to Gretchen, then, hadn't you? Gretchen loved you. Ah, yes, Gretchen, poor little fat Gretchen and her big feet. Poor little Gretchen that discovered bathtub gin when she was 26 years old. Remember that horrible concoction she used to make with Jack Burke's awful gin and a quart of orange sherbet? Orange ice, she always called it. Poor Gretchen, with her blotchy face and the way she used to wheeze when she climbed the stairs. Gretchen loved you. Gretchen loved you when she was slim and cute out there in Kansas City, and Gretchen loved you when she was fat and her hair was stringy and she had that little 4-ounce bottle of gin always in her apron pocket. Gretchen loved you, drunk or sober. And she really was a harmless, gentle woman, wasn't she? Hurts, doesn't it? I remember the first drink she took with you. It was at that place on Harbor Street. She drank with you and made faces at the horrible, tinny taste of it. She loved you. Then, until the day she died. That was long before your sister died. And the kids and her will. It was such a perfect setup, wasn't it? Wasn't it, murderer? Don't forget you were going to shoot me. Your hand's relaxing a little on the gun. I thought I'd better remind you. Reminiscing, we forget the present, don't we? Don't we, murderer?
Got you to come and call on me so soon. Yes, that was a great shock to me. I'd rather not talk about it if you don't mind. Yes, that you were his best friend. It's all right to talk about it with you. How could you possibly not know what he was doing? You were not only his best friend, you were his superior, too, his closest superior. How he could conceal his feelings from you. But I suppose he was cleverer than any of us thought. Yes, it was a shock, of course. If only he hadn't done it that way. I was always taught that suicide is a coward's way out. But, yes, I was in love with him once. But now, I think I'd rather forget him. Like a bad dream, I want to forget it. You've been so good to me. No. Oh, stop. Please don't get that. Why, it's like treading on Frederick's grave. And besides, what would Preston say?
Gretchen dreamed of, snoring peacefully in her sleep on the broken Davenport in that sour-smelling flat you had. A fat, untidy child with one shoe off, bubbling her way through glamorous pink dreams. The sickening smell of raw gin lying thick against the grimy curtains. But it was Gretchen. And once she loved you, didn't she? you'd kissed Norma. Hadn't you? Murderer.
Dreadfully sorry for her. Poor Gretchen. You and I have both had our tragedies, haven't we? Poor Frederick, and now poor Gretchen. Yes, grief does bring people together, I suppose. You were very good to me when Frederick... Yes, I tried to be, of course. Was it really... I mean... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, I was sorry about poor Gretchen's weakness. Did she really... Oh, it was poison liquor. How terrible. Yes. Yes, of course, you poor dear. I know how lonely I was when poor Frederick. Poor Gretchen.
Murderer. Of course you could get a death certificate while people were dying like flies from poison liquor that year. How could poor Gretchen fail to get hold of poison liquor? Well, I suppose she died happy. Wait a second. I think that's Norma at the door again. Norma's worried. Yes, it's Norma. Let's be quiet. Norma mustn't know what we're talking about in here. Norma isn't even sure there's anybody in this room. Of course, you locked the door, didn't you?
Dear, are you in there?
Don't say a word.
Dear, are you asleep?
Be quiet. Go away, Norma.
Dear, we've got company.
Oh, you've got company, have you? How very nice. And here you sit with a pistol in your hand, reminiscing. Don't want company in here, do you?
Dear, it's somebody to see you.
Go away, Norma. Oh, she's gone again. Company, huh? Company, whited sepulcher. How long have you and Norma been married? Let me see. Frederick died in 1928 in April. That was when Frederick stepped out of the window of his office 11 floors above Webster Place. It was that fall that Gretchen died. November 1928. And you and Norma were married just before Christmas the same year. The year before your sister adopted those two kids. The kids you stole the money from not very long ago, the money that went to buy the gun and the bullets that are going to kill me. 1928. December. When did you meet Evelyn? When did you meet Evelyn, murderer? Thief? Are there any other names I can give you? Liar? Wouldn't it be strange if that's Evelyn? Wouldn't it be something if Evelyn is company in your house? Sitting out there in your living room and asking Norma, where's your husband?
Where's your husband? I really thought he was here. I'm so sorry. I don't seem to be able to find him. I'm awfully sorry, too. Did you want to see him on a business matter, or... Why, I suppose you could call it business. Then again, perhaps you wouldn't. You tried to reach him in his office, I suppose. I know I didn't. Is there something I could do for you? I could try, you know, and... How long have you been married to him? 21 years. You're a very attractive woman. Oh, why, thank you. You're much older than I, of course. Oh, I'm sure I don't know. I'm 40. Oh, really? Of course, I've never been married. Then no. That's why I look so much younger. I see. I'm glad. I always think that the love of a husband compensates for the loss of one's youth. What about married women whose husbands don't love them? Really, I'm afraid I don't know any married women like that. You don't? No. I do. Have you known my husband for a long time? I don't believe I've heard him mention your name. Did I mention my name? Really, I don't know that I paid any attention. Yes, I've known your husband a long time. Oh? Nearly as long as you have, as a matter of fact. Oh, that's very interesting. Are you sure he isn't hiding from me? Hiding? I must see him. Oh, I don't know where he could be. You said you thought he's in his room. Well, I thought so, but evidently I made a mistake. I'd like to go with you and see. Why, really? Where is his room? I'm afraid I can't take you around the house. In there? Why, dear young woman. Is it this door? Really, now this is too much. In here. I'm sure I don't know what... I hear someone talking. I didn't know he had a visitor. It's a man. You can hear a man's voice. Well, I don't hear anything. As long as it's a man. Well, you tell him I was here then, please. Just tell him that Evelyn was here. And Evelyn is very anxious to talk to him. Evelyn? Evelyn who? Just Evelyn. That'll be enough for him. Just Evelyn. He'll remember.
It is Evelyn, isn't it? You heard her at the door, didn't you? You recognized her voice. Why are you putting down the pistol? What's bothering you now? There's nothing Evelyn can do to you. Or rather, there's nothing Evelyn will do. Evelyn's a clever girl. Evelyn knows how to keep her mouth shut. Evelyn's kept her mouth shut for more than 20 years. Poor Norma. If Norma knew what she's been missing in those 20 years, if Norma knew how much money you've given Evelyn, money that should have been hers, the house you gave Evelyn, everything you gave Evelyn that should have been Norma's. What? Break Norma's heart. You really do care for Norma, don't you? You really don't want Norma's heart to be broken. Norma has been a good wife, hasn't she? A good, sweet, loving, ignorant, blind wife. Certainly she has something coming to her. You've taken enough from her. Evelyn complicates matters, doesn't she? You thought Evelyn would never come here. You thought Evelyn had everything she wants. She was satisfied with what you gave her. You thought you could straighten everything out and make amends for everything, and Norma would never know about Evelyn. And here you sit with your gun in your lap and the muzzle's pointed straight at my head, and Evelyn's out there with Norma. But maybe Evelyn will go away. Norma will never find out about her. I said Evelyn's smart, didn't I? Why should she tell Norma now? How much does Evelyn know about what's happened in the past? How much does she know, Whited Sepulchre? How much does she know, thief, traitor, murderer, liar? You can kill me, and that'll solve everything. It'll solve everything if Evelyn doesn't tell her. But if Evelyn does tell her... Wait with a gun a second. No, wait. Come over here by the door so you can listen. Listen to what your wife and Evelyn are talking about. Listen, thief.
I suggest that you come back.
Listen, murderer.
My husband possibly might be.
Listen.
I have to see your husband. I don't understand. Listen to me. Go on.
Listen to Evelyn.
I came here to take him away. You can't take my husband away from me. I took him away from your wife. No. You love him? You? Yes, of course I love him. You love him no matter what he's done?
Listen, thief.
He's done nothing.
Listen, traitor.
But if he has, you love my husband.
Murderer.
Yes, I love him. Tell me something. Well, would you love him no matter what he's done? I do love him.
Listen, Whited Sepulchre.
Then, what if I told you something? Nothing you could tell me would make any difference. Would anything I could tell you make any difference to you? No. And tell me whatever you will.
Listen, liar.
I know so many things. Tell me if you dare to. No. No, I will not tell you anything. Where are you going?
Well then, Norma will never know. Because you trust Evelyn, don't you? Did Evelyn see something in Norma's eyes that forbade her to speak? Was she reluctant to break another woman's heart? Lift up your gun, wicked man. Lift up your gun. Norma is safe. And now goodbye. Your fingers tightening on the trigger. A Snyder squibbed in the jungle. Somebody laughed and fled. And the men of the first Shikaris picked up their subaltern dead. With a big blue mark on his forehead. And a...
No. I don't know any reason why he did it.
No. I don't know any reason why he did it.
We heard the shot.
We found the key and unlocked the door.
No. There wasn't anyone else in the room.
Only Roy.
Sitting in front of the mirror.
With a big blue mark on his forehead.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Dialgue for Tragedy. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Kathleen Cordell played Norma, Alan Sparrow was Evelyn, and Frederick was played by John D. Seymour. Music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, here is our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, Easter Sunday, Quiet Please returns to its regular time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I shall have a story appropriate to the day for you. A story called The Shadow of Great Wings.
And so until next week, at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer.
5, 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Friends of the inner sanctum, this is your host to welcome you in through the creaking door. Now come in. Don't be shy. Just put your best foot forward and be sure nobody bites you. After all, as one werewolf said to the other, we'll have a howling good time. The trick is to keep your spirits up. Or maybe, in the inner sanctum, to keep them down.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Death's Old Sweet Song, is an original radio drama written by Lou Vittis and stars Mercedes McCambridge in the role of Peg, and is presented by the Emerson Drug Company of Baltimore, Maryland, whose registered pharmacists compound that speedy, refreshing headache help in the familiar blue bottle, Bromo Seltzer.
And now for our little slice of life. Nothing fancy, just a couple of murders and a few pints of blood. It's an old house on a side street. All the rooms are dark except one where an old man sits writing.
Here I am, an old man in a dark house. An old man almost ready to die. But not yet. Not yet. I'm safe. Outside in the street, an organ is playing. Love's old sweet song. The windows are shuttered and locked. The door is heavy and bolted from the inside. I'm safe. There are 3 of them who want my money. They're young, and I'm old. They want me to die. They cannot wait, they think. But I'm clever, and they will have to wait. You don't come closer. Don't. What are you going to do? That poker, no. I'm very old. I'm very old. I shall die very soon anyway. Put that poker down. I don't want to die this way. I don't want to...
Uncle Pete? Uncle Pete, it's me, Peg. Uncle Pete? Oh, it's open. Uncle Pete, where are you? Uncle Pete? Oh, no. No. What happened? Uncle Pete? Who is it?
This is Sorensen.
Oh, don't come in.
What on earth is the matter, Pega? What are you doing with that poker?
Poker?
In your hand.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how it got there.
Where is Mr. Peter? I thought... Get out of the way, Peg.
Good Lord. I didn't do it, Mrs. Sorensen. I found him like that. Honestly, I did.
You killed him.
No.
The poker was still in your hand. That's his blood on the poker that you were holding in your hand.
I didn't kill him.
Couldn't you have waited for his money? He was the kindest man I was only his housekeeper, but couldn't you have waited?
Please believe me. I loved Uncle Pete. I'd never...
You did it. I saw you. You killed him. Killed him.
Don't look at me like that. Go away.
I could take that soft throat of yours and leave
please. Oh, I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here.
She ran away, Peter. She may run, but your blood is on her hands, Peter. She'll come back. And when she does, we'll wait for her, won't we, Peter? We'll both wait for her.
Yes, ma'am?
The phone, please.
Phone booth over at the other end.
Oh, thanks. W. 7, 3, 2. Hurry.
Hello?
John?
Yes. Oh.
This is Peg.
Oh, hello, Peg.
John, Uncle Pete.
What about him?
He's dead.
Wonderful. You and I and Cousin Simon have a lot of money. Very wonderful.
John, he...
Are you stuttering with joy, Peg?
He was murdered.
He was... Oh, I see. Not so good.
I was in the house with him. Mrs. Sorensen thinks I killed him.
Well, I admit the temptation may have been strong, but you really shouldn't have. You'd better get in touch with dear Simon. He's a lawyer, you know.
I didn't kill Uncle Pete, but the police might think...
I haven't said a thing.
You see? I've got...
Hello. Hey, what can I do for you, ma'am?
A back door. Is there a back door out?
Yeah. Leads to the alley. Over there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well.
Yes. Oh, I didn't notice you. This is the apartment house where Simon Prentice lives, isn't it?
Are you going visiting at this house?
Yes, I'm his cousin.
At 2 o'clock in the morning.
I am his cousin. Now, will you please announce me?
I could lose my job. Mr. Prentice is a very irritable man.
I've got to see him. Simon won't mind if I do.
Simon? Well, all right. His apartment is 6C. The elevator is over there.
Thank you. Simon. You've got to be in, Simon. You've got to be in. Simon? The door. Open. I'd better go. Simon? The living room, maybe. Oh, Simon, you're here. I got you. Why didn't you answer the door?
My dear, if I got out of this chair, I'd be dead before I walked 2 steps.
What's the matter?
The matter is a thin knife between my ribs.
Oh,
don't touch it.
But I have...
Take it out and my life and pour out after it.
Oh, Simon, we've got to do something.
Yes, I have to die. And you?
A doctor.
Too late. Well,
Huh? I mean, what do you say? Try to tell me.
Street organ man.
Yes.
He's the one. He's the...
Simon? Simon!
Listening to Inner Sanctum, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer. Misery likes company. I don't know who first said it, but I wonder if he was a Bromo Seltzer user. He or she might have been thinking of how the misery of a headache may be found in the company of a stomach upset and a case of jangled nerves.
Now, I just bet the person who thought out that phrase was a Bromo Seltzer user, Mr. Weiss. Gee, he must have known about Bromo Seltzer being the answer to the triple trouble of a headache.
I think so, too, Ellen. You see, friends, a refreshing glass of speedy Bromo Seltzer helps relieve not only your headache itself, but the sick stomach and jittery nerves that may accompany an ordinary headache. That's the triple trouble Bromo Seltzer is so good for.
Isn't this how the little rhyme about it goes, Mr. Weiss? Fight headache grief with 3-way relief.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Now, let's see. Where were we the last time Peg screamed? Oh, yes, up in Simon Prentice's apartment, discovering that Simon would never renew his lease. You see, he'd shortly be moving into a rather smaller place, approximately 6 feet long. Yes, somebody had cut his requirements down with a long, thin knife in the back. And Peg, staring at his corpse, heard. Whereupon, being rather an active girl on this particular night, she grabbed the nearest exit and started down the street. But a cop at the corner suggested a detour into a handy lunchroom.
What'll it be, sister?
Oh, could I have a sandwich? And coffee, please.
What kind of sandwich?
Any kind. I mean,
How about turkey?
Yes, of course.
Good. Want to hunk up this end?
Yes, please.
Coming up.
Thank you.
There you are. Now get your coffee.
Yes, sir. Slim Savoy pounding those ivories. Sir, Slim Savoy pounding those ivories. Just one moment. We've got a special police flash here. And Miss Margaret Flanders is wanted by the police.
Oh, no.
Your coffee.
Questioning in connection with the murder of Simon Prentice, whose body was discovered shortly after midnight at 49 Oak Grove Avenue.
Yeah, you know, that's right
The body
near
was
here.
discovered by the dead man's
Is it?
Miss Flanders is 23, chestnut hair, hazel eyes, about 5'3".
It sounds like a good-looking babe. It almost be a description of you, sister.
When last seen, she was wearing a tailored gray suit and gray hat.
Hey, that's funny you wearing a gray suit, ain't it?
Yes, I just remembered. I have to go. Right now. Here.
Hey, miss, you ain't
She was carrying a large leather handbag, black, with a gold clasp.
Hey, that's the kind of bag that babe.
Anyone seeing a woman...
Boy, wouldn't that be a joke on me if that was the babe the cops was after and I was too dumb to recognize her, huh? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I was too dumb. Where's that phone?
I'm tired. I'm so tired. I've got to go home. Go home. Oh, why doesn't the door open? Oh, I'm home.
You come back.
Oh, Mr. Sorensen, I didn't think you'd be here.
I knew you'd come back.
I've got to rest. I've got to sleep, please, Mrs. Sorensen.
You've come back because his blood called you back.
No.
Then why are you here?
The police are after me.
There are police here.
But at the front. I sneaked in through the back door, the one that no one knows about, the one we used as children. The Alabama door, we called it. And it isn't only the police.
No.
The murderer is after me, too. I know it.
Who is he?
I don't know his name. I don't even know what he looks like, but... This doesn't sound very convincing.
It does.
He killed Cousin Simon, too.
Did he?
No, won't you let me sleep here without telling anybody?
Come.
Oh, thank you. I'll be so grateful.
Here, come with me. We'll go here.
Oh, but this is the room.
Get here.
All right. So dark.
The dead need no light.
You mean...
Come here.
No.
Come here.
All right. Don't touch me.
They left him here for the night. They covered him so that his wounds wouldn't freak out.
What are you going to... Oh, no, don't.
You've seen him before.
Don't.
There. You can see him better now.
His face, I can't.
You must.
Now let go of my arm. Don't, you're hurting me.
Look at him.
I am.
Anymore.
I loved him too, Mrs. Thorpe.
You wanted a place to rest? To sleep tonight?
Yes, I did. I do.
All right, you have one.
Yes? In this room?
In this room. In this room.
With him?
He'll not molest you.
No, I couldn't.
You must.
No, I'm going. Oh, let me go. No, I can't stay here.
I'm stronger than you. Shall I hit you again? You stay here tonight. When I was a child, my mother told me of a way they caught murderers years ago in the old country. They locked them in a room with a corpse of the one they had killed.
Oh, no.
And they left them there for 12 hours. 12 hours. And they opened the room and went inside and looked at the corpse.
Oh, that's just an old wives' tale.
And if the wounds of the corpse had bled, and the person in the room was guilty and had to die.
Oh, but you can't believe that.
You're young. You're pretty. A jury might let you off with a few years in prison. I was sure you had murdered Mr. Peter. I'd strangle you myself. But I'm not sure. Not entirely. So I have to be sure.
No, you can't tell that way.
I believe in the oath. I believe in the oath. I shall be able to tell. Good night.
No, you mustn't lock me in.
I shall. And while you're with him, pray. Pray that tired blood. Pray that tired blood not begin to flow again.
Mrs. Harrington! Mrs. Harrington! Body. Uncle P. Oh, no, I'm getting out. Mrs. Harrington! Mrs. Harrington! Mrs. Harrington, please, please let me out. I don't care. Call the police or anything. Only let me out. The door. It's not locked. It's not locked. It's not locked. I'm free. I'm free. Jump down the hall to the front door and something on the floor. What? What are you doing? Why are you lying there? Why are you lying? Wet. Your body's wet. Light. I'll get a light. I'll get a light. There. I never quite Mrs. Harrington. I have to see. Blood on my hands, Mrs. Harrington. But it's not Uncle Pete's blood. It's your blood, Mrs. Harrington. Your blood. John! Hey, John, I need you. I'm frightened. I'm afraid I'm going crazy. I'm at home. Oh, please come over, John. Yes, there are police, but I'll use the back door, the Alabama door. Mrs. Harrington. Oh, no, John. No, she won't do anything. She's dead. Help me, John. John? No. It's a man. No. It's a man. Carrying a hand organ. He's coming here. I must... Yes, that man. Come in. No! I've got to get him inside the room. Close the door. And wait. Oh, hurry, John. Hurry.
Hey, John.
John. Oh, John, it's so good to see you, John.
Easy,
Oh, but it's been
Peg.
so long waiting.
Good Lord, who's that?
The organ grinder.
Oh, I can see he's carrying one, but...
When I found Uncle Pete's body, he was playing outside. And outside of Simon's apartment, too. He's been following me all night, John. He caught up with me. but I broke the lamp over his head.
Good heavens, you may have killed him. Still alive.
John, take me away from here.
No, if he's the killer.
John, I can't stay here any longer. Please take me away. Please take me away.
All right. And better straighten your things. Those look like they've been slept in.
They were. Never mind that. Just take me away.
Come on.
Oh, and John, the back way. I don't want the police.
Well, all right. Sneak out, but you can't go on hiding forever.
I know that, John, but I've got to rest for a little while. I've got to rest. Then you can take me to the police. I'll tell them everything. But first, John, I've got to rest. Rest.
Yes, Greg?
I've been sleeping. It was wonderful. It was so wonderful.
Good.
Where are we?
Out in the country. Thought it's safer for you until you decide what to do.
It's pretty out. It's almost night. I slept for a long time, didn't I?
I didn't want to disturb you. You needed to rest. I'd better pull off the highway. Now, Peg, you'll have to give yourself up to the police.
But will they believe me?
Well, of course they will.
Well, I'm not so sure. I found Uncle Pete's body. I was with Simon when he died. They'll say I have a motive. I inherit a third of Uncle Pete's money.
Well, for that matter, so do I. Motive isn't everything. Now, listen, Peg, however tough the case may look, you'll have to go back and face the music. Which reminds me, we know who killed Uncle Pete and Simon.
I guess we do. But...
You and I can both describe him. We saw him back at the house. Now, once you give the police that lead, our murderous friend will stop killing people to the tune of Love's Old Sweet Song.
Oh.
What's the matter, Peg?
How did you know he played that song?
For heaven's sake, Peg, stop being so imaginative. You don't think I'm the organ grinder, do you?
I know you're not. Then the organ grinder wasn't the murderer. You were.
You're a fool, Peg. Should have kept your mouth shut.
John!
The jury might have given you life with the evidence I filled up against you. That would have been all right with me. Your inheritance would have been voided, and I'd have got it all as I planned, and I still will get it. I spoke in your hand when you fainted. I killed that snoopy housekeeper. What? I'm not the jury.
Oh, John!
Let's not be sentimental, since you know I disposed of dear Uncle Pete and dear Cousin Simon, not to mention Mr. Thornton. What else can I do?
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, but I would. No one knows I put you up at the house. Did you remember, not only did we both sneak out the back way, the Alabama way, but I sneaked in the back way.
No.
I need the money, my dear.
No. Get hands off my throat, John.
I wish you didn't struggle. It makes it longer and more painful.
Just hold me. Just hold me.
Better. I need only a few seconds more. Who gets all the money?
John. Who did? Oh, the organ grinder.
I had to shoot her. You all right, Miss Landers?
My throat hurts. You are the organ grinder?
Well, in a manner of speaking, actually, I'm a detective. I was hired because your uncle was afraid he might be murdered, as he was. He hired me too late. John already had laid his plans and was putting them into operation before I barely got started.
And I didn't help, did I? I didn't help, did I?
Well, a while back there, when you caught me with that lamp, thought it worked out all right. We needed the proof against John, and, well, we got it.
All the time I was trying to run away from you, I was really running towards death.
You could say it that way. Death, alias Cousin John. Not an alias for him. Not anymore.
Cousin John certainly was a card, wasn't he? Well, at least he had a very good poker hand. As Uncle P. Mm-hmm. Which reminds me, there's a question I want to ask Cousin John before they deposit him in that safest of all safe deposit vaults, the cemetery. Oh, the question? Well, if you remember, Uncle Pete was in a room whose windows were locked and shuttered and whose door... How did Cousin John get in? Oh, sure. I can think of a few explanations. There was a secret passageway, or John was already hiding in the room when Uncle Pete locked himself in, but just suppose the answer might be Cousin John just walked through the door. Through the door.
Did you ever hear anyone say this?
I'd give $1 million if I could do something about this headache.
Maybe you've said it yourself. Well, next time you're thinking of mortgaging the family heirlooms in the hope of easing an ordinary headache, remember there's an economical way to get headache relief. An economical way to get headache relief. An economical way to get headache relief. You see, here's the reason. Or I should say, the reason Bromo Seltzer is so economical.
Just a teaspoonful of Bromo Seltzer in a glass of water is all it takes to prepare refreshing headache help.
And also,
Bromo Seltzer doesn't do just one job. It does three.
3 important jobs, and does them fast. Bromo Seltzer helps relieve your headache and also helps relieve your jittery nerves and your upset stomach. And as you know, upset stomach and jitters may go with a headache. So, friends, take this economical split-second effervescence next time a headache sneaks up on you. Caution, use only as directed. If headaches persist or recur, see your doctor. Remember, for effective economical relief,
Three ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Widowmaker by Michael Blankford. Now it's time to close the squeaking door until next week at this same time. And Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. Next week. Now, some people can take their dreams or leave them, but John Lane is stuck with this because he dreams about a knife. A sharp knife. Then some other people get stuck with the same knife, and a well-done mummy turns up in a limestone pit, and another. Does all this begin to sound like a nightmare? That's as it should be. Because the name of next week's Inner Sanctum mystery is Nightmare. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next Monday, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one evening last October. It was Indian summer, and I had gone out for a stroll. I after dining alone at the Lamplighters Club. Suddenly, a young girl rushed up and threw her arms about my neck.
Darling, how are you?
I beg your pardon. Well, after that, I'm sorry I'm not the man you were looking
Pretend that you know me. I'm being followed.
for. By whom?
He's behind you, leaning against the bank building. Oh, no, don't turn around.
Oh? Well, there's a policeman on the corner. I'll call him.
No. A policeman would only make things worse. But... come, walk along with me. Here, I'll take your arm. He must be convinced that we're old friends.
This is rather an amazing experience. Would you mind telling me your name?
It's Claire Wesley. You've probably heard of my uncle, Howard Wesley.
Howard Wesley. Oh, yes, of course. He recently returned home after being marooned on the South Sea Island for more than 30 years.
Yes, Uncle Howard was the only survivor of the liner Balmoral. He had a most unusual experience.
And what has your uncle's return to do with the man who, you believe is following you?
A good deal. Barton Drake.
What? Oh, you know my name.
Oh, yes. Oh, please trust me. I need your help.
Oh?
When Uncle Howard was living on his island, he discovered a buried treasure.
Buried treasure? Now, come, Miss Weston.
Oh, I'm serious, Mr. Drake. Uncle Howard drew a map. At first we thought, like you, that, well, perhaps he'd only been imagining finding a treasure.
Mm-hmm. And what convinced you otherwise?
Well, he had removed part of the treasure and brought it home with him.
Oh, I see. What type of valuables were they?
Well, a few old coins dated from the 16th century. A brooch and a ring.
You've checked and found them authentic?
Yes. 2 experts have guaranteed their authenticity.
Well. And why exactly do you need my help?
Because someone is trying to steal the map.
Oh.
Ever since the newspaper story was published, men have been coming to the house.
And what makes you think their purpose is to steal the map?
Because of the way Uncle Howard acts. He's terrified half the time, and... oh, here, this is where I live.
My advice to you, Miss Westley, is to get in touch with the police immediately.
Oh, but you don't understand. There have been threatening letters. Uncle Howard has been warned that he'll be murdered if he contacts the police.
Miss Westley, I still don't understand why that
Uncle
would
Howard has been away so long. You see, well, he's afraid of civilization. He told me he'd destroy the map if it would assure him of a peaceful existence for the rest of his days.
I see. Tell me, are you your Uncle Howard's only heir, Miss Westley?
No, there I am.
Oh. And naturally, you don't want the map to be...
Yes, you're quite right, Mr. Drake. Naturally, we don't want the map destroyed or stolen. It is worth a small fortune. I don't pretend that we're not interested in that fortune. I'd be a hypocrite to say otherwise.
I admire your frankness, Miss Westley.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Drake, will you come in and talk to Uncle Howard?
But if your uncle's frightened of people, if he suspects that everyone's attempting to steal his map...
I'll introduce you as my fiancé.
Your fiancé? You tempt me, Miss Westley.
Then you will come?
How can I refuse? First, I'm accosted and kissed by a beautiful girl. Then asked to be her fiancé. Lead the way.
In the library, Mr. Drake. Uncle Howard's room is just down the hall. I'll call him.
Thank you. Miss Wesley.
Yes?
Since we're supposed to be engaged, couldn't we drop the formalities? Just for appearance's sake, of course.
Why, I suppose so.
Your uncle, I'm sure, would think it strange to hear his niece referring to the man with whom she's deeply in love as Mr. Drake.
Deeply in... Oh, very well, Barton.
Thank you, Claire.
I'll be back in a moment.
That is interesting. By Jove. Maybe something is the matter after all. I'm coming. Take it easy. Claire, what happened? Good heavens.
It's Uncle Howard. He's been shot. He's dead.
Don't expect me to believe that stuff about buried treasure and maps and shipwrecked millionaires, do you?
I was as amused as you are, First Inspector.
But now you believe it, eh?
I don't know. A man's been murdered. Apparently, there were no other motives but obtaining possession of the treasure map.
Treasure map. Look, how did this guy happen to be rescued after being lost for 32 years anyhow?
Well, according to the newspaper, Inspector, a fisherman found a sealed bottle on which there was a note written 32 years ago by Howard Wesley, giving the location of his island.
Shades of Captain Kidd. Bart, have you been reading adventure books or something?
You don't believe it, eh, Inspector?
Of course not. Look, Have you seen the treasure map or the note that was sealed in the bottle?
Not yet. I expect you shortly. Oh, Claire, come in. Claire, this is Inspector Noah Denton.
How do you do, Inspector Danton?
Hi. Just a minute. But how long have you and Claire known each other?
About an hour, Inspector. You see, Claire.
An hour, he says. And already he calls her Claire.
I'm trying to explain, Inspector.
Mr. Drake, if you don't mind, I think we'd better forget the fact that we were engaged.
Engaged?
After all, my uncle has been... is dead.
Yes, I know. However...
Oh, please, Mr. Drake, I'd rather not discuss it.
Very well, Miss Wesley, but I really can't believe your grief over your uncle's death is very sincere.
I beg your pardon?
After all, you've known your uncle for less than a month.
But
According to the story, he disappeared 32 years ago. Are you, 32 years old, Miss Wesley?
Of course not.
Which means that he disappeared several years before you were born.
Say, that's right, isn't it?
I'm afraid, Miss Wesley, that the bond of affection that you feel toward your Uncle Howard is based on something much more practical than deep human emotion.
I see. Very well, Mr. Drake. Since that's the way you feel, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Whoa, just a minute, lady. Drake stays. There's been a murder, remember?
I don't care if there has. Mr. Drake was working for me,
And now he's working for me. Go ahead, Bart. Ask your question.
Thank you, Inspector. I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. Is that the map of the buried treasure you're holding?
Yes. If you care to look at it.
Thank you.
And now, if you don't mind, I'll go. Unless I'm to consider myself under arrest.
Now, look, young lady, we haven't got time to fool around with injured pride and that sort of thing.
Wait a minute. That's true. Miss Wesley, did you find the note that was taken from the sealed bottle?
Find it? Why, I think it's in my purse. Oh, yes, here it is.
Thank you.
In her purse, she carries it.
Well, is there something wrong with that? Judd copied it off of the newspapers, and I put the note back in my purse. Well, how can you possibly
Who's Judd?
He's my half-brother. Why?
Just asking. What's the note say, Bart?
I'll read it, Inspector. Whoever finds this, please have the authorities broadcast by radio my location. It's somewhere near 18 degrees south latitude and 175 degrees west longitude.
Long ways away. Now, go ahead, Bart.
I'm the sole survivor of the liner Balmoral, wrecked 4 months after leaving New York. I shall go mad unless soon rescued. We'll try and hold out until help arrives. Signed, Howard Wesley.
It doesn't tell us anything. I read the same thing in the newspapers a month ago.
Yes, so did I, Inspector. Miss Wesley, if your uncle valued his treasure map so much, how was it that you were able to put your hand on it immediately?
Uncle Howard valued my confidence also, Mr. Drake.
Oh, so. Then he told you where the map was hidden.
Yes.
Did Judd Graham also know the hiding place?
Of course. However, Judd is inclined to disbelieve Uncle Howard's story of the buried treasure.
Well, it's nice to know that someone's being smart in this deal.
Oh, well. You still discredit the story of the buried treasure, eh, Inspector?
Sure I do. Why, doggone it.
Why, Inspector?
Why what?
Why do you discredit the story?
Because it doesn't make sense.
No?
Now, look. This is the room where Howard Wesley was found murdered, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, look around. Everything's in order, nothing touched, no drawers open, no rugs pulled up, nothing.
Well?
If the guy who murdered Wesley was looking for the buried treasure map, he'd have turned the place upside down.
You're forgetting, Inspector, that the map was hidden in another room. Miss Wesley just brought it to us.
Okay. How about it, Miss Wesley? Was the other room ransacked?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, it wasn't.
There, I guess that proves my point. I'm not dumb, you know, Bart.
You certainly aren't, Inspector. Your reasoning in this particular instance was most logical.
Well, thanks, Bart. It seems nice to have you agree with me.
I'm sorry, Inspector, but I don't agree with you.
Huh?
I think that the person who murdered Howard Wesley believes there is a buried treasure. I believe his motive for murder was to secure possession of that map. I also believe that the murderer will return here within 24 hours.
Hello, Betty.
Well, Judd Graham, where have you been?
I got here as quickly as I could.
Quickly as you could? That's a lie. You've been drinking. You stopped at Tony's.
Oh, Betty, listen to me.
Take your hands off me. I told you what the deal was going to be. Well, did you get the map?
Oh, be reasonable, Betty. I did what you told me. I tried to find it.
Oh, Judd. And you promised.
I know I promised, and I'll keep the promise. Believe me, I will.
How can I believe you now?
Oh, Betty, listen to me. The map's around the house somewhere. It's got to be.
You've been saying that for a month. What if someone else finds it first?
Oh, how can they? Claire and I are the only ones allowed in the house.
But Claire might have...
Oh, that's nonsense. Even if Claire did know where Uncle Howard had hidden the map, she wouldn't steal it.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Claire isn't that kind of girl.
Oh, I see. Then you think that I am.
No, I don't think that at all. I think you're the most wonderful girl in the world.
Do you, Jack?
You know I do.
Jack.
Yes, Betty?
Love me?
Yes, I love you so much, I sometimes think I'll go mad.
Darling, kiss me.
Betty, you will go away with me, won't you?
Well, of course I will, Judd, darling. And we're going to be terribly happy together. Only...
Yes. Only you want me to get the map.
But, darling, don't you see, we haven't any money. It wouldn't be any fun without money, and, well, so many people would pay us for the map.
Okay. I'll try again.
Well, you don't want to.
Oh, I do, Betty, I do. I said I would, didn't I?
It didn't sound very convincing. You don't seem to care what I want.
Oh, Betty, stop talking like that. You know that's all I care about.
Well...
I'll get the map for you, Betty. If it's what you want, I'll get it. Even if I have to kill Uncle Howard.
I must say, Mr. Drake, I'm not much impressed with your method of solving a murder.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. What would you suggest I do?
Oh, I don't know, I'm sure, but I'm not a detective. If I were, I'd certainly do more than merely sit around waiting for the murderer to put in an appearance.
Then you don't think he will?
Certainly not. That story about a criminal returning to the scene of his crime is a fallacy.
Is it really?
Well, very well. Laugh at me. But I've read a dozen times where that theory's been exploded.
I'm not laughing, Miss Wesley. Furthermore, I've read the same thing.
But, of course, being Barton Drake, you're going to prove that the authorities are wrong.
I'm going to attempt to. I can tell you better what my chances of success are after Inspector Danton has completed his search of the house.
And just what does Inspector Danton expect to find as the result of his search?
I don't know. Possibly he thinks the murderer might be lurking in some dark closet ready to pop out at us.
I'm not amused, Mr. Drake.
No? Well, then perhaps you'd like to accompany me on an errand I have to do.
Well, under the
My destination is the reference room of the Morning Ledger.
But I don't believe that
I'm quite sure I can show you something of interest, Miss Wesley.
I see. You're not asking me to go. You're demanding.
Oh, come, Miss Wesley.
You suspect me of murdering my uncle. All right. I'm your prisoner.
But a very charming prisoner. Will you get your hat, please? Let me see now. September 5th. September 6th. Here we are. Saturday, September 8th.
If you're looking for the account of my uncle's rescue, it's on page 7.
Thank you, Miss Wesley. Page 7. Here it is. Lost millionaire rescued after 32 years on South Sea Island.
Do you no good to read the entire account, Mr. Drake? You'll find that everything I've told you is true.
Are you bored, Miss Wesley?
Well, I've had more exciting times.
Miss Wesley, you are a very charming prisoner.
Your flattery is wasted, Mr. Drake.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, please. Howard Wesley, millionaire, who was believed drowned from his yacht at the Balmoral. Well, what do you know about that? So, Mr. Wesley's taken up temporary residence with his niece, Miss Claire Wesley, at her home on Clock Street.
I suppose by that, you mean to imply that you've made a great discovery.
Indeed, I do, Miss Wesley.
Well, what, for goodness sake?
For one thing, I'm surprised to learn that your uncle was picked up in a small boat which he had manufactured himself.
How remarkable. The fact that Uncle Howard manufactured a boat of his own gives Barton Drake a clue to the identity of his murderer.
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it, Miss Wesley? Well, let's go back to the house. Inspector Danton will be getting impatient.
Well, here we are, Betty. You wait outside
Oh,
and I'll...
nothing doing. This time I'm going to see to it that you really look for that map.
Yeah, but Claire might be home.
Well, I hope she is. Time I met that sister of yours. Say, you're not ashamed to introduce me to her, are you?
Of course not. I want you to meet her, darling. Only
Only what?
Nothing. Come along.
Why did you ring the bell?
Well, if Claire's home, I don't want to go barging in on her unannounced.
Well, no one's answered the bell. Have you got a key?
Yes, I've got one.
No one here could have heard us before now.
I guess you're right.
Well, where's your uncle's room?
Come with me.
You're sure he keeps the map in the house?
Oh, yes, he wouldn't trust it anywhere else. This is Uncle Howard's room here.
Well, at least he doesn't keep his door locked.
Well, it wouldn't do him any good. The keys to all the rooms are the same.
Nobody here.
Uncle Howard and Claire probably went out together. They usually do at this time of day.
Well, come on, let's get started.
Well, you begin at the bureau, and I'll go through his desk.
Okay. Hey, what does the map look like anyway?
Oh, it's just an ordinary piece of paper.
All right, you two, get your hands up.
Say, what is this? Who the devil are you?
Santa Claus. Now, do you get your hands
Don't do
up?
it, Judd. He's after the map. Go and get him.
Yeah, get him. How about it, Bob? Are you going to take the babe's advice or mine? I got the gun, you know.
Well, what is it you want? If it's the map, you're wasting your time.
Bob, in just a second, I'm going to waste a bullet.
Oh, don't believe him, Judd. He wouldn't dare shoot.
Lady, it looks like you're asking me to plug holes in your boyfriend.
All right. I've got my hands up. Now, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell this babe to shut up, for one thing.
Oh, don't listen to him, Judd. He's going to try and make you tell where the map is.
Lady, if you don't button up your lip, I'll...
Tell him who you are, Judd. Tell him you live here. Tell him...
Live here?
Well, of course he lives here. Who do you think you are, breaking into honest people's houses? You're just a...
Now, wait a minute. Bob, is your name Judd Graham?
Well, of course he's Judd Graham. You knew he was all the time. Now get out of here before we call the police.
Oh, shut up.
I won't shut up. You won't make me shut up. I know why you're here.
Why?
What?
I said why.
What?
Now, just a minute, Betty. For heaven's sake, calm down. There's nothing we can do so long as he has the gun.
Bob, you're smart. Now, look.
What's that?
Don't get excited. It's only Drake.
Drake? Who's he?
You'll see in a minute. Hey, Bart. Down here.
Coming, Inspector. Well, what have we here?
A talking machine and a guy who says his name is Judd Graham.
A couple of cops. Judd, what in the world has happened?
Perhaps you can tell us, Claire. If this man is a friend of yours, I wish you asked him to point that gun the other way.
But why is he pointing it at you at all? Doesn't he know who you are? Sure, he knows who we are. We just told him, but the big flatfoot hasn't got any sense.
One more crack out of you, lady, and I'll...
You
Just
what?
a minute, please. Inspector, whom did you think these two people were?
How should I know? They come sneaking in here, began poking around. I figured they were looking for the map.
The map? Oh, then it's all a mistake. Judd wouldn't have to look for the map. He knows as well as I where Uncle Howard kept it. What was that?
Now, just a minute, Betty.
Why, you double-crossing, two-timing chiseler. What kind of a sucker do you think you're playing me for?
Oh, Betty, listen. You've got to listen. I didn't know. Honest. Claire only thought I did.
Oh, Judd, that's not so. Oh, the lousy tricks. Hey, I'm getting out of here.
Just a minute.
Get out of my way, Breaker, Jake, or whatever your name is.
Inspector.
It'll be a pleasure. All right, lady, relax.
Keep your hands off of you. If Betty wants to leave, she can.
Says who?
Oh, Mr. Drake, will you please explain what this is all about? It's Judd's business if he wants to bring his girls to the house.
Yes, but it's not Judd's business when there's a crime involved.
A crime? What the devil are you talking about?
In a minute, I'll explain, Graham. Tell me, was it really the map you were looking for, or this slip of paper?
What slip of paper? Where did you get that?
Your sister gave it to me. She had it in her purse ever since you copied it off and gave the story to the newspapers.
But that's only the note that Uncle Howard wrote and placed in the sealed bottle. But Judd...
Do you want to tell her, Judd?
Why,
Naturally, you don't. But suppose you tell me why you pretended to this young lady that you'd been searching for the map. Or shall I tell you?
Yeah, you tell us, smart guy.
Frankly, I can only guess. Judd, are you in love with Betty?
Well, yes, I am.
I thought so. Up until she read about your uncle's treasure map, Betty wouldn't marry you. Is that correct?
That's none of your business.
But I'm making it my business for a very definite reason, Judd. When Betty read about the treasure map, she asked you to get it. She figured it would be worth considerable money. She threatened to break your engagement if you didn't get it.
Now, look here, Drake.
I'm still only guessing, Graham. You can deny my statements anytime you like.
Oh, what's the use? Sure, you're right. I told Betty I'd get her the map. I didn't want to lose.
But you never found the map, even though you knew where it was all the time. Instead, you kept searching for this note.
Yes, that's
but
right.
But why, Judd? Why?
I'll answer that, Miss Wesley. Judd knew the map was worthless. He knew there wasn't any treasure. He knew that unless he found and destroyed the note, which your uncle allegedly wrote, someone would reveal the hoax and his girlfriend would lose interest.
Hoax? What do you mean, hoax?
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. The man who told you he was your uncle was an imposter. He was never shipwrecked. In fact, I doubt if he was ever out of the city.
Well, now, isn't that just dandy? So Uncle Howard made chumps out of the whole bunch of us, huh? Well, okay, so we lose. Anyway, we're still alive, and that's something.
What do you mean we're still alive, miss?
Well, we are, aren't we? And that old coot...
Go on.
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
On the contrary, you were going to say that old coot was dead.
I wasn't. I don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
afraid you do, miss. How did you know that Uncle Howard was dead?
Well, I didn't. Hey, you're not going to pin this on me. Let me out of here. You're not going to...
Hold her, Inspector.
Don't worry. She won't get away. Relax, lady. You've got nothing to worry about. You're only under arrest for committing first-degree murder. I guess we cleaned that one up pretty fast, eh?
Yes, I guess we did, Inspector.
You know, Uncle Howard wasn't so dumb at that.
You're quite right, Inspector. He planned his hoax skillfully and nearly succeeded in fooling everyone.
Yeah. If he'd sold that map, he'd have been set for life.
He certainly would.
Too bad for him that the babe decided to come looking for the map herself, got caught, and had to shoot good old Uncle Howard.
Yes, a pity, Inspector.
The thing is, Uncle Howard fooled everyone but Drake, eh?
You're quite wrong, Inspector. Judd Graham wasn't fooled for a minute.
Is that so?
Very much so, Inspector. It was Judd, you know, who gave the story of the sealed note to the newspapers.
Well?
Well, when Judd copied off the note for him, he omitted one phrase.
One phrase?
Yes.
What is it?
He omitted the phrase that said, "Whoever finds this, please have the authorities broadcast by radio my location as somewhere near 18 degrees south latitude and 175 degrees west longitude."
No such location, eh?
No such thing as a radio 32 years ago, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a cross-eyed goose. Say...
Yes, Inspector.
Where are you going?
Well, if you'll pardon me, Inspector, I'm going to find Claire.
So, it's Claire again. What do you want to see her for?
I want to explain to her, Inspector, in a negative sort of way, that among other things, mystery is my hobby.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call... Death Writes a Letter. My story begins last summer in the townhouse of Martin Drake, a well-known financier. Martin is deep in argument with his older brother, John, as his daughter, Susan, enters the room unnoticed.
John, how can you possibly believe in such things? Spiritualism, nonsense is a better word for it.
To a skeptic, everything is nonsense. But if you'd seen and heard what I have, you too would believe.
Hello, Father. Uncle John.
Hello, Susan.
Oh, I see you two are up to your old argument.
Well, your father's a very stubborn man, Susan.
Well, I may be stubborn, but I'm no fool. Imagine believing in spiritualism, telepathy, and all that Tommy Rot.
I believe in spiritualism, Martin, and that the living can communicate with the dead. And nothing you can say will swerve me from my beliefs.
Uncle John, in all these years you've been studying spiritualism, have you ever been able to communicate with Aunt Judith?
No, Susan, I haven't. But there have been times late at night when I've all but broken through the barrier that separates us.
Oh, I give up. There's no use in arguing with a man who has an obsession.
Oh, that's fine, Father. Now the three of us can go into supper.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, but I can't stay for supper.
Oh, why not?
I have an appointment with an honorary critic.
A what?
An honorary critic, a man who's an interpreter of dreams.
John, good grief, don't tell me you believe in that, too.
Why not, Martin? For years, psychoanalysts have interpreted dreams in an effort to help their patients. The subconscious minds of the living can sometimes bridge the vast gap of death.
Now, John, I'm warning you, if you don't give up this obsession of yours, there's no telling how you'll end.
I know you think I'm cracked, that all the years I've spent studying spiritualism have been wasted, but you're wrong. The living and the dead can communicate with each other, and someday you'll realize I'm right. Now, I really must be going, or I'll be late.
Well, Uncle John, you will drive up to the country with Father this weekend, won't you?
Oh, are you opening the summer place?
Yes, I'm driving up tomorrow to open the house and engage some servants.
Well, I'll try my best to join your father this weekend.
Oh, that's fine.
Don't bother showing me the door. Good night.
Good night, Uncle John.
Good night. To think that anyone in this day and age still believes in spiritualism, particularly your Uncle John, it's incredible.
I don't know, Father. Uncle John seems so sure of himself that sometimes I feel he may be right.
Oh, Susan, that's nonsense.
But look, Father, if it's all nonsense, why should Uncle John believe in it? You yourself have often said he's the most brilliant man you know.
And he is. It's just that, well, we all have our eccentricities, and John's is spiritualism. Until his wife died 5 years ago, he was just as sane as you or I. No living person has ever communicated with the dead, and none ever will.
Father, are you awake? Father?
What? Oh, Susan, come in, dear, come in.
Oh, I'm sorry if I woke you, Father.
Oh, it's all right. What time is it?
It's just 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock? Well, what are you doing up and dressed so early?
I'm driving up to the country to open our summer place. Have you forgotten, Father?
Oh, yes, there you are.
Oh, didn't you sleep well last night, Father? There's circles under your eyes.
No, I spent a very poor night. I had a nightmare, but I can't seem to remember what it was about.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. Tell me, is there anything I can get you?
No, I'll be all right, dear. You run along.
Oh, I need the keys to the car.
Oh, yes, you'll find them over there on my desk. And if you need any money, help yourself.
Oh, thank you, Father, but I have enough money.
Have you found the keys?
Oh, yes, here they are. Oh, do you want me to mail this letter on your desk?
What letter?
Oh, this one. It isn't addressed. All that's written on the envelope is one word. Urgent.
Urgent?
Yes, and it's in your handwriting, see?
Why, I never wrote that.
But, Father, it is your handwriting. And look, there are ink stains on your fingers. You must have written it before you went to bed.
But I tell you, I didn't. Let me see that letter. Yes, that's my handwriting, all right.
Oh, Father, I'm leaving now. I want to get there by noon.
What? Oh, yes. Goodbye, dear. Take care of yourself.
I will, darling. Bye.
Urgent. And it's my handwriting, all right. But for the life of me, I can't remember. Well, let's see. Dear Martin. What the devil? A letter in my own handwriting addressed to me. Dear Martin. No. No, this can't be. It can't. Martin, is anything wrong? I came as quickly as I could. You sounded so upset over the phone. Dr. Warren, I'm afraid my mind is giving way. You, Martin? You're the last person in the world to become unbalanced. Well, that's what I thought until I read this letter. Letter? Yes, and it's in my handwriting, so I must have written it. I'm afraid I don't understand. When I woke up an hour ago, this letter was on my desk. I could see it was my handwriting, and yet I don't remember having written it. You don't remember having written it? No, and yet I must have. There are still ink stains on my fingers. Martin, none of this makes sense. Yes, I know. What's in the letter? I'll read it to you. Dear Martin... Wait a minute. You mean it's in your handwriting, but it's addressed to you? Yes, but it's signed with the name of my brother John. Signed by John? In your writing? Exactly. You better read me that letter. Maybe then I can understand it.
Dear Martin, this letter will undoubtedly give you quite a shock. But after you finish reading it, I'm quite sure you'll understand why it was written. After I left Susan and you a few hours ago, I went to keep my appointment with the dream interpreter I'd spoken to you about. It was shortly before midnight that I returned to my home. As usual, I found Martha and Paul waiting up for me.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. John.
Paul, Martha, what are you doing up so late? I told you never to wait up for me after 10 o'clock.
Well, we worry about you. You know what the doctor said about your heart.
You should have been in bed an hour ago.
You both treat me as though I were a 6-year-old.
And sometimes you act like one. Well, I have a glass of warm milk for you in the pantry.
I don't want any milk.
It's good for you. Here, let me have your coat.
Oh, thank you, Paul. It feels good to be home, sitting in the chair before the fire.
Here's your warm milk, Mr. John, and I want you to drink it down without any arguments. After all, it's for your own good. Here, take. Mr. John? Mr. John?
Martha, what's wrong?
Oh, Mr. John.
Mr. John. Mr. John, answer me. He's dead.
Oh.
Now, please, Martha, please, you mustn't cry. The end came very quickly, peacefully. Now, there, Martha, there.
It came as quite a shock, Martin, hearing myself declared dead, but as I saw my earthly body sitting in the armchair by the fireplace, I knew it was true. John Drake was dead. I wanted to comfort Paul and Martha, make them understand that only the body of John Drake was dead, that the spirit would live forever. I wanted to tell them that I was indescribably happy, for I knew without knowing how that on the following day I should be reunited with my dear wife, Judith. Then my thoughts turned to you, Martin, and in one brief moment I saw your past, your present, and your future. Your future left me horrified, Martin, for in it I saw unhappiness and death. I felt that somehow I had to warn you of what the future held. I left the house I had died in and went to your home. The radio was playing. You were sitting in an easy chair reading a book, unaware of what the future held for you. Martin, you must listen to me. Martin, look up from that book you're reading. You must. But I couldn't reach you with my words. There was too great a distance between us. I stood by, helpless to aid you. A few minutes later, you yawned, closed the book, and turned off the radio. A half hour later, you were in bed and asleep. And then I suddenly had hope. I couldn't reach you while you were awake, Martin, but while you slept, perhaps I could reach your subconscious, warn you about the future. I saw your desk with writing paper on it. I knew that was the only way to reach you. I spoke softly, trying to reach your subconscious. Martin, listen to me. This is John. You must hear me, for it's a matter of life and death. You must do exactly as I say. I want you to get out of bed. That's it. Throw back the covers. Now put your feet on the floor. Martin, do as I say. That's right. Now go to your desk. That's fine. Now sit down. That's it. Pick up the pen that's on the desk. Martin, pick up the pen. That's right. You picked up the pen and began to write as I dictated. Everything up to this point explains how this letter was written. And now, the reason for it. In looking into the future, I was horrified to see that Susan would die the night of June 7th, 1947, at exactly 6 o'clock. That means you must act swiftly, Martin, for she has less than 24 hours to live. If you don't, she will be found frozen to death. As for yourself, I see you dying as the result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. In this room is a desk calendar, and the date it shows as you lie dying is September 3rd, 1947. Martin, the love I bear you and your daughter has reached out from another world. to warn you against the future. I pray that you will act upon this information and save yourselves. Your brother, John.
That's the most extraordinary letter I ever heard.
Well, what do you make of it, Doctor?
You sure this is your handwriting?
Certain of it. And then there are these ink stains on my fingers.
Yes. It's amazing.
And it's obvious that I wrote this letter last night in my sleep. What upsets me is the content of the letter. The things I wrote are so fantastic that I'm afraid I may be losing my mind.
No. I'm quite sure you're sane, Martin.
Well, then how do you account for my writing such a fantastic letter even in my sleep?
Has it occurred to you that this fantastic letter, as you call it, may not be fantastic?
What? Now, Henry, you're not trying to tell me that you believe that this letter is true. That my brother John did die last night and came here. Surely you don't believe in all that tommy rot.
Then your explanation for that letter is that you wrote it while having a nightmare?
Well, of course. What other answer could there be? It's ridiculous to think that you, a man of science, could attach any credence to this letter even for a moment. You amaze me.
There have been many phenomena in history. Phenomena that never could be explained. Not even by science.
Oh, you're almost as bad as my brother. Soon you'll be telling me that you, too, believe in spiritualism.
Have you called up your brother this morning?
Why, no. Why should I have? Oh, you think he may have died last night as he wrote me in this letter? Doctor, I think you'd better see a doctor.
I suggest you call your brother.
Well, all right, I will, just to show you what a fool you are for believing even for a moment that there can be anything to this letter. Why, when John was here last night, he looked just as healthy... hello, Paul. This is Mr. Drake. Is my brother there? What? Last night? After he returned home? I see. Thank you, Paul.
He is dead. Isn't he?
Yes. Paul said that he died last night.
If your brother died last night, then this letter must have been written by him through your subconscious after...
No, that can't be. What you're saying is madness. The dead can't communicate with the living.
But in this letter, your brother speaks of his death last night and goes on to tell...
My brother couldn't have written that letter through my subconscious. Such things can't happen.
I wish I felt as certain as you do. What about this part of the letter? In looking into the future, I was horrified to see that Susan would die the night of June 7th, 1947, at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. That means you must act swiftly, Martin, for she has less than 12 hours to live. If you don't, she'll be found frozen to death.
And that proves how fantastic the whole letter is. Today is June 7th, and outside it's like summer. How could Susan possibly be frozen to death?
I don't know, Martin. But if Susan were my daughter, I think I'd want to be with her tonight at 6 o'clock. You'd never be able to forgive yourself if anything would have happened to her. I'll go with you if you like.
Oh, very well. But mind you, I still don't believe that John wrote this letter through my subconscious. What time is it, Henry?
It's a few minutes after 6.
If we hadn't had the breakdown, we'd have been there hours ago.
How much further is it?
As soon as we reach the top of this hill, you'll be able to see it.
I wish we'd reached the house before 6.
Now, surely you don't believe what that letter says. How could Susan possibly freeze to death? Why, it's a warm evening. It's like summer.
Yes, I know, but just the same, I wish we'd arrived sooner.
Look, you can see the house now, down there in the valley. Susan's probably getting dinner. And we'll certainly look like a pair of fools coming up here because of that ridiculous letter.
I hope you're right.
Henry, Susan isn't in the room.
She isn't?
No.
Could she be in the village or visiting friends?
No. You're forgetting her car's parked in front of the house.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, where can she be?
I'm afraid I can't answer that.
I'll search the second and third floors while you search this floor in the cellar. She must be someplace in the house. Henry, where are you?
Down in the cellar, Martin.
I searched every room on the second and third floor, but I couldn't find a sign of her.
I found her, Martin.
You found her? Well, where is she? Susan.
You must prepare yourself for a shock.
Shock?
Martin, listen to me. I found her in the cold storage room, frozen to death.
No. She can't be dead.
But she is, Martin. From what I could make out, she turned on the freezing system full and then went inside to store some meats, probably right after she got here. While she was in there, the door slammed shut, locked her in.
Oh, Susan. If only I'd gotten here in time.
Martin, for weeks now you've been like this. Now you must get hold of yourself. You'll break down. You did everything you could to save Susan.
No, that's just it. I didn't. John reached me from beyond the grave to warn me about the future, but I merely laughed. Had I heeded his letter, Susan would be alive today.
But, Martin, you did try to get there in time. It wasn't your fault the car broke down.
Yes, but if I'd believed in the letter, I'd have hired another car and kept going instead of waiting for my car to be repaired.
You know, I've been thinking... Perhaps it was meant that your car should break down. That you should arrive too late to save Susan.
What?
Perhaps it was wrong of John to break through the barrier that separates the living from the dead and warn you of the future.
Well, how could it be wrong if it would have saved Susan?
Perhaps it was ordained that Susan was to die when she did. And that's why the car broke down.
No. I could have saved her if only I'd hired another car and rushed on to my country home. But at least now I can heed John's warning and save my own life.
Save your own life?
Yes. Have you forgotten the other part of the letter? As for yourself, Martin, I see you dying as the result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. In this room is a desk calendar, and the date it shows as you lie dying is September 3rd, 1947. Today is August 1st. That means I have less than 5 weeks to live. Unless I can save myself.
But how can you save yourself, Martin? What's meant to be will be.
Not if I'm clever enough to take advantage of the information in this letter. Dying as a result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. Yes, but if John had only told me what kind of an accident it was meant to be. Well, nevertheless, come what may, I'm not going to die on September 3rd.
Just a minute. Hey, Martin, what's going on? I mean, what's the meaning of all those men around the house? Why was I searched before I entered the room?
Henry, do you know what the date is?
Why, yes, it's September 2nd.
Yes, and in a few minutes it will be midnight, and then it will be September 3rd.
Oh, yes, that's right. The letter.
In the letter, John warns me that I shall die of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. Well, you'd hardly call this drawing room that, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
It's my intention to remain in this room until tomorrow is past. Now, Henry, would you mind keeping me company for the next 24 hours?
No, Martin, not at all.
See, I've taken every possible precaution to prevent an accident from occurring. I've removed everything from this room but that sofa, chair, and table. And I have food in here to last me for several days. I have guards around this house and outside this room to prevent anyone from entering for the next 24 hours.
It certainly sounds as though you've taken every precaution.
Yes, I've done everything I could think of. Henry, do you hear that? It's just midnight. September 3rd is here.
Martin, will you stop looking at your watch every other second?
I can't help it. One more minute and it'll be midnight. And when the clock in the hallway strikes, it'll be September 4th.
Yes, Martin, yes. Now, why don't you sit down and take it easy?
How can I at a time like this?
Martin, you must calm down. Think of your heart.
Only 30 seconds more, Henry. 30 seconds.
Martin, you're as white as a sheet.
Well, who wouldn't be? I'm cheating death. I'm going to live. Live, do you hear?
Easy there now. I can't help feeling it would have been better if John hadn't warned you about the future.
No, don't say that. If he hadn't, I'd have been dead by now. Henry, do you hear that? It's midnight. And I'm still alive. Alive.
For some weeks, Martin Drake was a sick man as the result of the strain he'd undergone. But with the coming of fall, he was well on the road to recovery. It was in late autumn that he invited Dr. Warren to go hunting with him in Maine. Day after day, the two men, with their guide, roamed the woods. The exercise and outdoor life did Martin a world of good, and he was soon his former self, both physically and mentally.
It seems to be getting much colder, doesn't it? Yes, it feels very much like snow.
I think it'll hold off for a while yet. Like to do a little more hunting, Mr. Drake? We still got a couple of hours till it gets dark.
Yes, I wouldn't mind. How about you, Henry?
Well, by all means. Maybe we'll come across that buck we spotted this morning.
Yes, he was a big fellow. Where'd I put my rifle?
Here it is, Mr. Drake, under the tree.
Oh, yes, so it is.
Here's your rifle, Doc.
This rifle of mine...
Oh.
Martin, what happened?
Good grief, he shot himself, Doc.
Martin, are you badly hurt? The gun went off when I picked it up on my shoulder.
Easy now. Want to have a look at it?
Oh. Is it bad, Doc?
No, not bad. We must get him to a shelter and stop this bleeding.
Ed Tolliver's place about a quarter of a mile from here, Doc.
All right, give me a hand. We gotta get him there at once. Now, put him down gently on the cot.
Okay.
Easy now. That's it.
How is he, Doc? Think he'll pull through?
Yeah, of course. He just fainted from the pain and the loss of blood. Now, let's see.
Sure is a nasty wound.
Yeah. Fortunately, the bullet went on through his shoulder. I won't have to probe for it.
Oh. What are you going to do to him, Doc?
Well, first I'll have
Henry,
to...
where am I?
Now, just lie still, Martin. We brought you to this shack where I can fix you up.
Oh, my shoulder hurts.
It'll be all right now once I get the bullet wound cleaned up. Pete, put my medical bag on this desk here. Open it, will you?
Sure, Doc.
Will you have to probe for the bullet?
No. Fortunately, it went right through. All I have to do is clean the wound. It may hurt a bit, Martin.
That's all right, Henry. Go ahead.
Maybe you better turn your face away from me so you won't see what I'm doing. Sometimes it's easier that way. Concentrate on the desk over there, huh?
All right.
Pete, hand me that tube of sulfur powder.
Yep.
Also the...
Henry!
What is it, Martin?
That calendar.
What calendar?
There on the desk. Don't you see?
Yes.
Do you see what date it has? September 3rd.
I guess that's the day Ed Tolliver went back to the city.
September 3rd.
Martin, you mustn't get excited.
Do you remember what the letter said? Henry, this is it.
Oh, Martin, no, you'll be all right if only you'll count.
After an accident, this room is small, roughly furnished. And the desk calendar does show September 3rd, 1947. Henry, it's all as John said it would be. I haven't cheated death. He's here in this room. He's come to take me. He's come to...
Doc, what's wrong?
He's dead.
Dead? But it was only a shoulder wound. You said he pulled through.
Yes, but I was wrong. Shot killed him. I guess nothing can save a man when it's ordained he die. Death came to Martin Drake as it was foredoomed to come. Mysterious traveler again. Too bad about Martin and Susan, wasn't it? Even John Drake's warning from another world couldn't save them. Which seems to prove that when your time comes, nothing you can do can change it. So you might as well not worry about it. So I did know of a man who managed to outwit death for several hundred years. Then one day he was... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, all the characters were fictional, and any resemblance to the name of an actual person, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast were Maurice Tarplin, Roger DeCoven, Eric Dressler, and Bryna Rayburn. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death is My Co-Pilot.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the Mysterious Traveler. Your Mysterious Traveler has turned author. Yes, Maurice Tarplin has penned a chilling tale titled 7 Casks of Death, which appears in the current issue of Dime Mystery magazine, one of the popular publications group, now on sale at your local newsstand. Don't miss it. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Present George Edwards in Frankenstein. Baron Frankenstein passed away the tedious days on the good ship Voyager by relating his tragic experiences to Captain Walton. The Voyager was icebound somewhere near the North Pole, and day after day a howling blizzard raged. Captain Walton became worried, and the ice pack grew higher. He confided his worry to Baron Frankenstein.
You look rather worried today, Captain Walton. Unfortunately, the weather shows no signs of abating, Baron Frankenstein.
Have any of your men seen any trace of the monster? Has he attempted to visit the ship again?
No one has seen any trace of it. Let us hope it has perished out there in the blizzard.
I hope so, but I very much doubt it.
Do you feel inclined to tell me some more of your story?
Well, I have told you how the child William was murdered, and on examining the body, I formed the conclusion that the murder had been committed by the monster. I dashed back into the room where my wife and the burgomaster were waiting with Justine, and I told them that I was in reality responsible for the murder of William. They looked at me in some amazement. And then my wife...
Victor, what are you saying?
It is true, Elizabeth. The monster killed William, and I created the monster. He has done this for revenge because I refused to grant his request.
Do you not agree with me that Justine was guilty of the murder?
I swear that I am not guilty.
You can release Justine. She is innocent. Burgomaster, did I not set you and your men to search for the monster?
The monster which you say you created. A likely story, Baron Frankenstein.
Understand, Burgomaster, that people do not doubt my word. I say that Justine is not guilty of this murder. Take your men, go and search for this monster. Then you will find the murderer. Had you examined the body closely, you would have seen the marks on the throat.
I am sorry if I have given you offense, Baron Frankenstein. I was merely trying to do my duty.
I appreciate that. Will you go now? Seek until you find this monster. Have no mercy. Shoot him on sight.
We will do that. But of a truth, I have never seen the creature. Is it true that he is your creation? That you made him in a laboratory at the back of this house?
It is true. Now go and do not question me further. Find him and kill him.
Come, you men. There is much work to be done tonight. We will take our leave, Baron Frankenstein.
Baron Frankenstein, I go to my knees and thank you for saving my life. I thank you for making them release me.
All right, Justine. Now go.
Yes, I wish to speak to the Baron, and I do not wish to be disturbed. I will go, and believe me, I will sincerely mourn the child.
What have you to say to me, Elizabeth?
You are a murderer, Victor. You were right when you said you were responsible for William's death. It was through your own obstinacy, your headstrong stubbornness, that the monster was brought into being. Ernst and I pleaded with you. We begged you not to proceed with this experiment. But you turned a deaf ear to our pleas. And as a result, Julio and William have been murdered. The murder is yours, and it will forever be upon your conscience.
Oh, Elizabeth, please do not turn against me.
Had you heeded me, had you really loved me, you would not have proceeded with your experiment. You would have married me and destroyed the form which you had made. But you were selfish. You wish to win fame. And what is the result? Oh, I hate you, Victor.
Oh, Elizabeth, you do not mean that.
Oh, that child's body lies in this house, mutely crying for revenge. And yet you stand here and try to justify yourself.
What can I say to you, Elizabeth?
Are you going to let that monster live? Are you going to let it roam the countryside, leaving a trail of death and misery? Why are you not out searching for it? Why do you not destroy this evil thing?
Very well, Elizabeth. I admit that I cannot justify myself. I will go now, and I shall not return until I have slain the monster.
No, Victor. I do not mean what I said. If you go out there, the monster may kill you.
You have shown me my duty very plainly, Elizabeth. I will go, and I trust that I will return.
You must not go, Victor. The shock and the grief caused me to speak like that. I do not hate you. I love you, and I want you to stay here.
It is because of my love for you I want to repair the great sin which I have committed.
You cannot go. Remember, Ernest Corval is coming tomorrow.
Tell him what has happened, and do not fear for me. Goodbye.
Did you succeed in finding the monster, Baron Frankenstein?
Well, I wandered out into the night. I walked through the woods. I traveled for miles until I was footsore and weary. But still I saw no trace of the being which I had created. And then, just as dawn was breaking, I came to a little clearing at the side of the woods. I looked around curiously. And then, eventually, I heard a woman sobbing. I hurried in the direction of the sound, and as I came through the woods, I saw a peasant's cottage. Outside the cottage, a woman was kneeling beside the body of a man. She was weeping bitterly. I approached her. What is the matter? Can I do anything to help you?
Who are you? Where have you come from?
My name is Baron Frankenstein. What is the matter with this man?
Oh, he is dead. He has been murdered.
Let me see. Oh, the same marks on the throat.
This man was my husband. We lived here happily together for many years. And one day a strange creature came into the woods. He seemed to be half man, half beast, always prying through our windows, following my husband when he went to his work in the woods. Today, my husband took his gun. He shot at the creature, and the bullet struck him, but it had no effect. The creature advanced. He seized my husband by the throat. I was powerless to interfere, and in a few minutes, Gustav was dead. Then the creature ran into the woods, saying that all men were his enemies.
Leaving a trail of death and misery.
Will you help me, sir? What can I do? I am so afraid.
We will take your husband's body into the house. I will return to town and you shall come with me. It is not safe for you here.
What is this strange creature? Where did he come from? He terrifies me.
It will help me to carry your husband's body down gently now.
Bring it in here.
Come on, this way. We shall lay it on the couch.
What can I do? Oh, Gustav, my husband.
Take comfort. Although there is little I can say.
What? Listen.
The monster approaches.
Oh, they are not safe. We shall be killed.
Greetings, Frankenstein. I thought that you would follow me. I have followed you so that I may kill you. This time I have a gun. You cannot kill me. We shall see. I am wounded, Frankenstein, but I will not die. You are the second man who has tried to kill me today. The second man who has wounded me, who has taught me the meaning of physical pain. Let this woman be gone. We have much to say to each other.
There you go. This creature is a devil. He cannot die.
Poor woman. Why did you kill her husband? Because he was my enemy. All men are my enemies. And I take that gun from you, Frankenstein. You devil! You are so strong. Now we can talk. This woman will not return. She will run to the town for aid. I am the most wretched being on this earth. You are my creator, Frankenstein, and yet you despise and spurn me. You gave me life, a life that is filled with misery and wretchedness. You gave me this hideous form which turns all men against me. Do you expect me to love all men? Why did you kill the child? Why did you kill this poor peasant? Because he strove to kill me. Have I not the right to defend myself? Why do men strive to kill me? Why do they shudder when I appear? Is that not your fault, Frankenstein? Have I not suffered enough? Do you not think I have been punished? Everywhere I go, I seek bliss and happiness. But I am excluded because I am a hideous monster. Misery made me a fiend, but it is in your power to make me happy. Then there will be no further death, no further misery. When first you brought me to life, I was a poor, helpless, miserable wretch. I knew and could distinguish nothing, but I could feel pain, and I spent my days in weeping and misery. I will remember one day when I was oppressed for the cold. I was wandering in the woods. I found a fire which had been left by some beggars. I was overcome with delight at the warmth I experienced. I thrust my hand into the embers. I quickly drew it out again with a cry of pain. Thus did I learn the meaning of physical pain. But I have had greater suffering than that, Frankenstein. Wandering in loneliness. And yet you could give me happiness. I watched this couple whom you call peasants. They were happy. They loved each other. A love which I could never know. I wished to be friendly with them, but they fled from me, viewed me with hatred and loathing. The man strove to kill me. Then he died. Tell me, foul monster, why did you slay the child William? Because he meant something to you. Because I wanted you to suffer as I have suffered. And I swear this, Frankenstein, if you do not give me a mate, then you shall have no mate. I shall slay your wife. You dare to threaten to kill my wife? I swear that unless you start work very soon, unless you commence to create another creature, then your wife shall die.
What happened, Baron Frankenstein? Did you agree to the conditions imposed by the monster?
Oh, I can tell you no more today, Captain Walton. The memory of those horrors is still too fresh upon my mind. Return later, and I will continue with my story.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Tonight's Unsolved Mystery deals with the efforts of a man long dead who returned from the beyond to atone for an act of carelessness that cost the lives of 50 persons. It is a tale told by many a railroad man when winds are high and rushing torrents test the strength of trestle bridges. The scene is the observation car on one of America's cracked trains. A group of people lay aside their cards to listen to an argument between two men. One a doctor, the other a world traveler. The doctor pauses to light his cigar as the train thunders over a suspension bridge.
I'm sorry, old man, to appear stubborn on the point, but in all my experiences as a doctor, I've never known of a single instance in which anyone has returned from the grave either for love or for hate.
But surely you're not going to ignore the findings of other people just because you yourself never had an experience?
We doctors are practical men. We have to be. Our patients' lives depend upon our diagnosis of things as they are. And as we find them, not as we'd like to have them or as someone else believes.
At the same time, Doctor, you've certainly heard of cases where even doctors have declared their patients dead, only to have them return to life again.
I deny that they returned to life. They merely were not dead.
Then the doctor who declared the patient dead was wrong.
Yes.
So that you admit that doctors are not always right. And these doctors who insist that there is nothing after death are just as liable to be wrong on that score as they are in other instances. In other words, doctor, the man who says, I won't believe what I can't see or feel or weigh, is merely an egoist who considers that no one's opinion is worthwhile but his own.
That's pretty strong, isn't it?
I don't think it is. You as a doctor are called in to diagnose a case. And you've never had a case of scarlet fever before, we'll say. But you can diagnose it, can't you?
Certainly.
It's simply because you're relying upon the experience of other doctors. Yet you refuse to accept the experiences of others outside your own profession. And that's a perfectly good argument, but not for ghosts. Ghosts are things very often heard of, but very seldom seen. I'll believe in one when I see one. There are, 14 people in this observation car, and not one of them ever saw a ghost.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to contradict you on that.
Really?
Well,
You've actually seen a ghost?
I have.
You spoke to it? You know it wasn't an hallucination?
I wasn't alone. At least 10 other people saw it. That could be a simple case of mass hypnotism. Do you think that simple is the word to use in connection with mass hypnotism? However, let that pass. I didn't know it was a ghost until some time afterwards, so I wasn't influenced by anything.
Well, let's hear about it.
All right. I might as well explain that I'm one of the officers of this railroad line. And one night, several members of the board of directors were on the same run, going to inspect a new bridge. It was a windy, blustery night. Driving rain, as black as ink. Our sympathies were with old Tom Ludicott and his firemen up in the cab. There, with nothing but the narrow sides of the cab to protect them from the storm.
Give her more coal, Bill. We've got the Bonner grade ahead of us. Let her wheels slip when we start taking that baby. Never did see such a night. You gotta watch you don't get blown out of the cab every time you cross the coupler to the tender.
Yeah, she's a bad one, all right. Been on many a trip in my 40 years as engineer, but this is the worst. How are we, on time?
light. Well, that's pretty good for the sort of night it is. And Peter, we're coming to a bad cut in the road, and the wind will be twice as bad as we go through the draw. Okay, Tom. Man alive, this firebox is glowing red with the heat. We've gained 2 minutes, Tom. Good. We'll need it when we start up the parade. Plenty steam. He's holding up fine. The way we're rocking, though, it's hard to read that water glass. Bill! Yeah? Look! What? Is that a light? A red light? Yeah. Somebody's waving a lantern. Touch the steam. Easy with the brakes. We're doing over 60.
Stay tuned. More of this Unsolved Mysteries coming up right after this break. And now, back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
What's wrong there?
Danger light, sir.
Where? Oh, yes, I'll go ahead.
Plunging through the rain and mud, John Stewart stepped out along the roadbed. Ahead, he sees dimly in the light of the engine headlight a big, shadowy figure holding a glowing red lantern.
Ahoy there! What's wrong?
The silent figure gives no answer, but motions with the lantern to the yawning chasm where had been a bridge. John Stewart stares horror-stricken at the foaming, tumbling waters of the raging torrent in the gorge below.
We might have plunged in there. We would have if it hadn't been for you.
You will tell them?
Tell them?
The company will mark it on my credit. Say that the company will mark it up for me.
I don't quite understand you. You're one of the company men?
Yes, that's right. I'm one of the old hands. I helped to lay this road there.
And your name?
Lem Turner. You tell them when you get back that Lem kept his word. Tell him to give me credit and let me rest. I've waited a long time. A long time.
I'll see that you get your credit. I'm John Stewart.
John Stewart? The vice president of the line.
Yes.
Then they'll do what you tell them. They'll do it. You see that I get credit.
I will. Personally.
John Stewart stumbled back to the train to tell the crew and passengers of the death they had missed.
What is it, sir?
Wait a minute. The bridge is out. We'll have another train sent out and reroute you over the Bonner section. There's no use to stand out here and get wet. The porters will make up the berths, and we'll wait till morning.
Well, who was it waving the lantern? I thought it must be Southey. He's on this section, but he's on the other side of the bridge.
No, it wasn't him. It was a queer old duck by the name of Lem Turner.
Lem Turner?
Yes. He said he was an old employee.
Old employee? Why, sir.
What's the matter? You look sick.
Old Lem Turner's been dead 22 years.
What?
Yeah, hanged himself because he overran a signal and wrecked number 23.
Then the man I saw wasn't...
Lem always said that he'd come back and repay his debt, and I guess he has.
Yes, I guess he has.
In just a few minutes, you will hear a solution to the Bonner Bridge mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. Again, we're aboard the cracked train in the observation car where John Stewart continues his story.
Well, when I got back to the office, I had old Tom, the engineer, tell me the story. It seems that Lem Turner had overrun a signal, and the result was a wreck in which 50 people were killed.
He was charged with the event?
Yes. But before he could be brought to trial, he killed himself. His friends and fellow workers said the last thing he had said to them was that he would repay the debt.
Had he been sent along the stretch of line before?
Oh, yes. Old Tom told me that all the men in the section knew about Lem's haunting the line, and I naturally asked him why he hadn't reported it.
What did he say to that?
He asked me what I would have said had he come in and reported a ghost haunting a railroad section. Well, I admitted the justice of his attitude, and then I went deeply into a possible explanation of the thing.
You found what?
That the best scientific authority explained the thing by saying that since Lem Turner's last thoughts were to the effect that he must atone for his carelessness, in all probability, his very definite and extraordinarily powerful thought lingered on after death.
Oh, almost like Well, like the photograph of a thought.
Exactly. Now, this thought, powerful and positive and definitely connected with what Lem looked like in life, accounts for his so-called ghost being seen haunting that section of railroad line.
It gives one the shivers, doesn't it? Imagine Lem Turner somewhere off in space, year after year, watching for an opportunity to repay his debt. Then the storm and the bridge.
I must go down by the old track. Can't tell what might happen on a night like this. The bridge is out. Number 16 due in a few minutes. There she comes. I must stop her. A light. A red light. I must stop her. I must.
And now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite brings you Miss Joan Fontaine in Lovebirds, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Replace old now-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your car will idle smoother, give you better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas dollars. It's the new thing. Yes, sirree, friends, Autolite regular type spark plugs have long been standard factory equipment on many leading makes of cars and trucks. And now six of these leading makes of cars and trucks have switched to the new Autolite resistor type spark plugs for factory installation on their new 1949 models. The new Autolite resistor spark plugs are the spark plugs of today and the future. Remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Miss Joan Fontaine in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You know, Sam, I used to laugh, just as everyone else does, when I heard someone say,
I've given you the best years of my life.
But it's not funny to me anymore. No, because that's what I've done, Sam. I've given you the best years of my life, waiting for you to die. But you wouldn't die. For 7 years you've been hanging on, and I've been playing a part. Playing it so well that people call us the Lovebirds. Lovebirds. Ah. Now, here it is, our 7th anniversary. You wanted to show off that portrait you had painted of me to Doug and Betty Wilson and Doc Roberts and the others. You were proud. They were envious. I was sick.
Yep, that's Martha, all right down to the last eyelash. Like a Doc? Perfect, Sam, just perfect. The perfect portrait of the perfect girl. Well, it's after midnight, and I'm a 9 o'clock guy.
Yeah, I've got to shove off, too. How's the asthma these days, Sam?
Oh, seems to be getting better, Doug, but my arthritis... Don't blame you, Sam. If I had Martha to look out for me, I'd stay sick, too.
Here's your coat, Doc.
Oh, thanks, Martha.
Now, Doug, where did I...
The hall closet, I'll get it.
Oh, get mine too, darling.
Coming up.
Oh, it was a lovely party, Martha. Thank you.
And let me tell you, Mrs. Lovebird, if you keep on taking the kind of care of old Sam you have been, we'll all be here for number 50.
Oh, go on, Doc.
I'm serious. When you two first got hitched, I wouldn't give you 2 years, Sam. Now I'd give even money you'll make.
Oh, it's nothing, Doug. Here, I'll put it away.
Darn box fell off the shelf when I reached for my hat. Here, let me put it
No,
away.
Doug, please, it's nothing.
You fellas keeping secrets?
What's the trouble, Doug?
Well, look here. Travel folders. A whole box full of them. Alluring Alaska. Acapulco. 30-day cruise. San Moritz. Capri.
Say, what is
Oh,
this?
come on, Sam. Spill it. You two lovebirds planning to migrate somewhere?
News to me.
They're mine, Doug.
Oh. Well, Martha's kind of a pack rat. Keeps all kinds of trash stowed away in strange corners.
Yeah. You wouldn't kid us, Sam. You're not really planning a trip. Because it's out of the question, you know.
Out of the question, Doc said. It sounded so final, Sam. Out of the question. It ran through my mind over and over after they got and I stood washing the pot of dishes in the kitchen. Out of the question.
How are you coming with the dishes, Angel?
I could feel your hand, thin and dead white, touching my shoulder, and I wanted to scream. What rusted you to touch me? Why did I have to bear your half-dead hands when I was alive?
What's the matter, honey? You're kind of quiet.
I feel quiet, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Say, where are my glasses?
I don't know.
Doggone it, I never can remember where I put the darn things. I'm blind as a bat without them.
Look in the front room on the mantel.
A lot of good that'd do. I can't find my glasses without my glasses. Take a look for me, will you?
But my hands are wet, Sam. Can't you wait until morning?
Gotta have them now.
All right, but I can't see why you need them in bed.
It's these sleeping pills. Jim was out of my kind and gave me these. Said they were just as good, but I can't read the directions.
But is it that important?
Well, of course it's important. Why, just the other day I read where a fellow in Chicago took a couple too many and bingo.
Oh, I'll see if your glasses are on the mantel, Sam. I leaned back against the wall for a minute. Out of the question. It was ringing in my head like a bell. Out of the question. And Sam, right then, I knew I couldn't take it any longer. I went into the living room, picked up the pair of glasses on the mantel. 7 years, 7 long years of caring for you like a baby. One sickness after another. Everyone in the book. You nearly died a dozen times. And each time I saved you. That's what everyone said, even the doctor. Ha! What a joke. Here I was, waiting for you to die, but you wouldn't, Sam. You wouldn't have the decency to die and leave me the money so I could get away from this little town and live like a normal human being.
Find them, darling?
No, Sam. These are my glasses.
Mine ought to be in here somewhere.
Well, it's too late tonight to worry about them, darling. Here, let me see those new pills.
Yeah. Take a look.
Mm-hmm. These are different. It says 2% instead of 5. 6 pills instead of 2.
Really?
Mm-hmm. They don't sound very good, Sam. I'll try to get some of your regular kind next time I go to Chicago.
6, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's what it says.
Funny. Jim didn't say anything about it.
Hadn't you better get ready for bed? It's nearly 1.
In a minute. Martha, would you tell me something honestly?
Of course. What is it?
Well, that business about the traveler folders. Oh, I suppose it's nothing, but, well, somehow I can't get it out of my head.
What about the travel folders?
Martha, would you really like to go to those far-off places? Just you and me?
Don't be silly. You know what Doc Roberts said.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you wanted to go with me. It's awfully important to me now, Martha. Whether you'd want to go with me.
Why worry about it? You know we can't go.
That's why I need you worse than ever, Martha. That's why I guess it kind of hurts me to find you collecting travel folders. Like you wanted to get away from me. Well, I guess you're right. I'd better get up to bed.
I watched you go up the stairs, and I put the glasses back on the mantel. Your glasses, Sam, not mine. I waited a long time downstairs, listening to you shuffling around in your sandals. Heard the bathroom faucet go on, and I knew you were taking your pills. 6 pills instead of 2. Then there was the shuffling again, and quiet. The hall clock struck 1. Then 2. Then I couldn't wait any longer. I went upstairs to your room. Sam? Sam? I turned on the light. Sam! Wake up, Sam! Sam, can you hear me? Sam! It's working. It's working.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Joan Fontaine in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
The newspaper says smart men are now wearing pastel-colored shirts for business.
Well, now that you mention it, Hap, I have noticed a trend among smart men. Smart men are replacing old narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs because they make a car idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas dollars. Why, when you install a set of the new Autolite resistor spark plugs, you can tell the difference in your car.
This article says Petunia Pink is getting a great reception.
Reception? Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception.
And it says only this style offers smart men the advantages.
Only Autolite offers smart car and truck owners everywhere the sensational advantages of new resistor-type spark plugs. So head for your nearest Autolite dealer and replace old narrow gap spark plugs with Autolite ignition-engineered resistor spark plugs. Your car will be glad you did.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Joan Fontaine as Martha in The Lovebirds, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yes, Sam. It was quite a moment there in your bedroom as I looked down at you, drugged and helpless on the bed. I shook you, and you didn't even groan. I shook harder. I shouted in your ear and pinched you. You didn't move. It was wonderful. For the first time in 7 years, I could laugh and mean it. I gave you plenty of time, Sam. You were gone. I couldn't feel your pulse when I called Doc Roberts at 6 in the morning. I waited downstairs for him to break the news to me.
Easy now, Martha. Just lean back and rest.
Tell me, what is it, Doc? What's wrong with him? He's going to die, isn't he? He's going to leave me alone.
Sit down now. Just let go.
He wouldn't wake up, Doc. I shook him, but
Yes, I know.
Is he dead?
No. He'll live, Martha.
What?
Sam will be all right. He's sleeping now. Probably will till late this afternoon.
But what?
Martha, I think it'll be better if I say this straight out.
Say what straight out?
Looks to me like Sam took an overdose of sleeping medicine.
Oh.
Well, he might have made a mistake in counting, or...
Suicide?
Maybe. You noticed anything strange about him lately?
Well, you know how he's been since his asthma started.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Doc?
I'm supposed to make a report on these things.
You can't do that. What if it got around town? What if it got back to Sam? There's no telling what he's...
That's true.
It might have been an accident. Oh, we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
It's a touchy business, though, Martha.
He mustn't think that we suspect it. Doc, there's no telling what he'd do. I'll tell him he had a fever in the night.
Maybe you're right. You know, the body's a pretty durable thing, even a body like Sam's, but the mind, that's something else again. I'll do all I can, Martha, but the big job is yours.
For a second after he left, I thought I was going to faint. I got a drink from the sideboard. Made me feel better. Until I remembered something else. The doctor didn't suspect. But you, Sam, when you read the instructions on that box of pills... I drove all the way to Chicago that morning, Sam. And I got what I wanted. wasn't quite noon when I returned to your room. Put the new box on the stand beside your bed and threw the other in the furnace. It was a long way to go, but you gave me plenty of time.
Where have I been? Martha!
Right here, Sam.
I feel dopey.
Doc said you had a touch of fever last night.
Doc?
Mm-hmm. He looked you over this morning.
What time is it?
Noon.
Funny. I don't remember anything about it. What's this?
What?
A box on the stand here. That's not the one I bought.
Oh, I got rid of your new pills. Picked up some of the regular kind this morning while I was shopping.
You never quit, do you?
What do you mean, Sam?
Spoiling me like this. First thing you know, I'll be as helpless as a baby. What's for lunch?
It was that easy, Sam. You never suspected. I was afraid of Doc Roberts at first, but he didn't say a thing. And for a while there was whispers you didn't hear. They were so sure you tried to kill yourself, Sam. They were so afraid you tried a second time. And I stopped being afraid. This was no time to lie back and wait. They'd given me a weapon. This was the time to do it.
Well, let's see, Martha. I reckon the surest thing would be poison. Thiocyanin.
But isn't that sort of dangerous, Jim?
Not if you're careful.
How much will I need?
Oh, one package ought to do it. Depends on how bad they are. The rats. Here. There you are. Hope it does the trick.
Thanks, Jim. So do I. It's going to be different this time, Sam. This time I knew where I was going. That's where I'd made the mistake before, you see. I hadn't planned. A week later, I was ready. I remember you came home early that evening, and I was in the kitchen starting your dinner. Salad, tossed lettuce and garlic. Plenty of garlic.
Getting dinner, Martha?
It's almost done. Have it ready in a minute.
That roast smells good.
Better go and wash so things won't get cold.
What's that you're mixing there?
Dressing for the salad.
Oh, dressing? You sure?
What do you mean?
Wouldn't be a love potion for me, would it, Martha? Or maybe, just maybe, a death potion. Oh, dear. You've cracked the salad bowl. What's the matter, Martha? Afraid you'll fail this time, too?
Oh, Sam, you're talking nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about.
You should, Martha. Jim tells me they haven't had my kind of sleeping pills at the drugstore for a long time. How far did you have to go to get them?
You're sick, Sam. You're building things up in your mind.
I wish I were. You see, I made a mistake this morning, Martha. I decided to wear my white shirt, the one with the French cuffs.
Shirt?
You can't wear a shirt like that without cufflinks. I guess you forgot that, Martha, didn't you? That I kept my cufflinks in your jewelry box. Yes. Yes, Martha, I found it. I found the poison.
Oh, well, that's what's worrying you. It's for the rats, Sam. I bought it for the rats.
Rats. Should have bought some rats, too, because there aren't any around here. There's a certificate from an extermination company in the file that says so. That's a nice-looking salad, Martha. Here, taste it.
Don't be a fool.
You're the fool. You bought the poison. For some rats that don't exist.
I ran out of the kitchen upstairs to my room. I was scared, Sam, and lost. I grabbed my coat and hat without thinking and started down the stairs.
Better not go, Martha.
Leave me alone.
Do you want to hang?
Hang?
That's right, Martha.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. There's got to be a murder first.
There will be. The minute you leave this house. Remember, my dear wife, I have the poison.
So?
Okay. Go on. Go on and leave, Martha. But just remember, when you walk out that door,
I'll take enough of that poison to make them hunt you down from one end of the earth to the other. I'll take enough of it to make them hang you 20 times.
If someone had put a gun in my hand, I'd have killed you right there. But all I could do was swallow the scream that rose up in my throat and fight the weakness in my knees. And yet, Sam, I think with all the terror and sick defeat inside me, I still wanted to laugh. Remember, this was the house of the Lovebirds. That night I lay in bed, twisting and turning, waiting for you to go to sleep. I was in a prison, Sam, and only one thing would free me. I had to destroy the evidence. I had to find that poison. At 1 o'clock, I walked across to your door, opened it quietly, listened. You were asleep. Your clothes were draped over a chair next to the bed. I went through them first, then to the closet and your other things, and then the dresser. It had to be somewhere. I tried to put myself in your place. Where would I have hidden it? Your snoring seemed to grow louder, pounding in my eardrums. I think it was then that I felt the paperweight on the nightstand. And for a moment I thought if I stopped that snoring, everything would be all right. I held it above your head, ready to smash and smash again and again.
Why don't you strike, dear? No. You know better than to kill me, don't you? That'd be silly, Martha. Stupid, too.
Where did you put that poison?
In a good, safe place. You're wasting your time, you know. You'll never find it. I plan to use it myself in my own good time.
What do you mean?
You'll find it one of these days when the mood strikes me.
Sam!
Why not? Remember, you bought the poison, and they'll figure you got caught in your own trap. Maybe got hold of a cup of coffee or a cheese sandwich or something you'd fixed for me by mistake. Better get back to bed now. Get some rest. You've got a trying day ahead of you.
There was no sleep for me after that, Sam. Just white-hot nightmares, endless hours of darkness. And day after day of torture, of a cat-and-mouse game with each of us watching each other. I couldn't let you poison my food. It was closing in on me, Sam. Something I couldn't stand. My head ached. My stomach was sick from hunger. I'll give it to you, Sam. You know your business. You know how to torture. And then one day, I got dizzy and nearly fainted. I had to eat something. I went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. The milk hadn't been opened. I poured a glass and drank it. It tasted so good. But then I remembered some poisons are tasteless. I was crazy to drink milk of all things. I poured it down the sink, feeling spasms and cramps in my stomach. I could feel them, Sam. They were real.
Don't care for milk, Martha? You're not being sensible at all. Milk is nature's perfect food. Says so on the bottle.
Oh, let me alone.
Let's see here. Pretty good selection. How about some cheese? Cheese is awfully good. And the roast beef is fresh cut. Doug brought it in from the country today.
How long are you going on with it, Sam?
Why?
I can't stand it much longer.
Afraid to die, Martha? Well, just relax. You're dying right now.
The milk. You poisoned the milk.
No, I didn't mean that. It's just that... Well, Martha, you're not as beautiful as you were. I was just looking at that portrait over the mantel. Did you know you were getting circles under your eyes? And your figure isn't at all what it was. I'm not sure even an invalid would want you now.
I guess I lost track of time for a while after that. The days slid by, the nights, too. I was hungry all the time. At first, I found some canned goods, but then you caught on and you punched holes in the rest of the cans. And then I didn't dare touch them after that. I couldn't go on, Sam. I knew I couldn't last out. I was at the end of my rope that night when Betty and Doug stopped by. I can never forget that night, Sam, because as we sat there in the living room with that terrible, smiling portrait of me staring down at us, Betty said something. Something that made me realize I wasn't trapped. That there was a way out after all, an easy way.
Let me get you a drink, Doug. Sure, Sambo. Easy on the soda.
Me too, but easy on the liquor.
Check. How about you, Martha? You look a little tired. Might pick you up. I was about to say you look tired, Martha.
Oh, it's nothing, Doug.
I know. The old slave driver here is probably working you too hard, Martha. You need a vacation.
Yeah. How about driving down to Florida with us next week, huh?
Florida,
We can't make it, Doug. The doc wants to keep an eye on me.
I don't know. Heaven knows I like my home as well as the next one. But if I had to stick as close to it as Martha does, I'd probably go right out of my mind.
I sat very still. It was all I could do to keep a smile frozen on my face like a mask. That moment, Sam, I felt like a prisoner who'd just been handed the key. It was a marvelous feeling, surging up inside me like fire. Well, of course. If they thought I was crazy, they'd take me away. And no matter what you did, you couldn't touch me. I looked around the room, saw the poker by the fireplace under the portrait. I remember how your eyes followed me as I got up and walked to the fireplace, picked up the poker, gave you one last smile. And then I turned to the painting and I raised the poker high.
Martha, put down that poker. Give it to me, Martha. Give me that poker.
Let me go.
Spit me. Give me your hand, Doug. I got it now. Sam. Good Lord. Sheriff.
I like it here at the home, Sam. It's quiet. And I get a lot of rest. I'm getting my weight back. But most of all, it's nice to feel safe. How long is it now? 3 months? 4? Pretending I'm insane? Anyway, I'll take my time. Think it through very carefully. And then, when I'm ready to drop the act, show them I'm qualified to leave. Then I think you know what I'm going to do, don't you, Sam? I'm going to kill you. That'll give you something to think about during the long nights alone in the Lovebird house in Pinewood Drive. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Kill you!
Here, cool down. Yeah, I got her.
Okay.
Ease her down on the cot.
Shall I get the jacket?
No, she'll be all right. Gets like that once in a while. Too bad. Nice-looking woman. Goes off like that every once in a while.
Sure makes enough noise.
Yeah, it gets a little wild sometimes. Used to be a guy come to see her, little fella. I can remember he used to get down on his knees there beside her and say something like, Martha, I didn't have it honest, darling. Yeah, that's it. Then he'd say, I threw it away as soon as I found it in your jewelry box. He'd say it over and over like he thought it'd bring her out of it. Then he'd just stand there and cry like his heart was broken. Sure must have loved her an awful lot. But he was like the rest of them. After a while, he stopped coming. I don't suppose he's been back now for 10 or 11 years.
Thank you, Joan Fontaine, for a splendid performance.
Now,
Miss Fontaine.
Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
I ran across your picture today in the new two-color Autolite spark plug advertisement in this week's issue of the Saturday Evening Post.
Oh, yes, I saw that, and from reading it, I learned more about Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Oh, that's swell. You know, Miss Fontaine, during the coming weeks, that same two-color advertisement will appear in many national publications. Autolite wants to make sure that car owners everywhere replace old narrow-gap spark plugs with sensational new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're made by Autolite men who make over 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Yes, sirree, Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All ignition engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now here again is Miss Joan Fontaine.
I very much enjoyed my appearance on Suspense tonight, and I'll be listening next week when Van Heflin appears in a really unusual story by Cornell Woolrich called 3 O'Clock. I know it will be another gripping study in
Suspense.
Joan Fontaine can currently be seen in You Gotta Stay Happy, a Rampart production co-starring James Stewart. Lester Sharp played the part of Sam. Tonight's Suspense play, The Lovebirds, was written by Cheryl Hendricks and adapted by Harold Swanton, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, hear Van Heflin in 3 O'Clock.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries at your neighborhood Autolite dealer. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Help to relieve human suffering across the nation, across the world. Give through your Red Cross. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Van Heflin in Cornell Woolrich's famous 3 O'Clock, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Get in step. Give your car a rep for pep. Replace those narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your car will idle smoother, smooth as silk and satin. Give you tip-top power and performance on leaner gas mixtures. Actually save gas dollars. That's right, actually save gas dollars. Autolite regular-type spark plugs have long been standard factory equipment on many leading makes of cars and trucks. And now, 6 of these leading makers of cars and trucks have switched to Autolite resistor-type spark plugs for factory installation on their new 1949 models. The new Autolite resistor spark plugs are the spark plugs of today and the future. Remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Van Heflin in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Francie signed her own death warrant. She signed her own death warrant, didn't she? You're a good husband to her, and yet she's two-timing you with another man, isn't she? And you made up your mind weeks ago to kill her, didn't you? Well, now, at the last second, what are you waiting for? You've got everything down here you need to do the job. That box near the wall filled with explosive, 2 copper wires already capped. This alarm clock, what's holding you back? Memories of your honeymoon? She's two-timing you with another man. Weigh that in your hand. All right, then, get to work. First, set the alarm. When she gets back from shopping around 2:30, you better set it for 3 o'clock. Good. Now then, wind it up. Now then, put the cap into the wires into the little holes you drilled in the box. Oh, no, wait. That explosive's kind of tricky, temperamental. Don't touch that box any more than you have to. First, attach the wire to the alarm clock. I wonder why more people haven't thought of this. Probably wouldn't know how to go about it if they did. There. Now the cap end of the wires into the box. Careful now, careful. There it is. Check it over now. You don't want any slip-ups. At 3 o'clock, the alarm goes off. It sets up a spark. The spark runs along the wires to the detonators in the box, and that's all there is to it. Well, then, don't just stand here. Get back downtown to the shop. What are you doing in my house? Hey, Duke, somebody is home.
That'll hold him a couple of seconds.
Shouldn't have been standing there. Looking down the cellar all the time we was here.
You said you cased this place for 3 days. Give me something to tie him up and let's
go. No. Don't tie me up. Don't tie me.
Slide him again. Okay. At the cellar down there?
Yeah.
See if there's any rope around.
Coil a rope on a shelf down here. I'll get it.
No. We'll carry him down, tie him up there.
No, don't tie me up. This house is...
Shut up, you. See if he has a handkerchief. Roll it up in a ball.
Listen to me. This house is...
All right, shove it in his mouth. Shove it in. Take off his belt and buckle it between his teeth, too. Fast. Okay.
What's he putting up such a fight about? This place is a lemon. Nothing in it.
Take his legs. Okay. I did my last stretch just on account of leaving a guy in the open where he could put a squad car in my tail too quick. Okay, up with the hip. Now, give me that rope. I'll hold him.
Hey, what's he putting up such a fight about? Look, mister, we ain't going to hurt you. Just leave you here in the cellar. He still ain't convinced. I can't figure him.
Okay, that does it. All right, I'll tie into this pipe. Otherwise, somebody's liable to come home right after we leave and hear him thrashing around. These houses are like matchboxes.
I wonder what he's trying to say. Don't leave me tied up down here. I will call the cops, I swear. This place is going to blow up, don't you understand? Explode. This house is going to explode.
Who cares what he's trying to say? Let's go. We'll pull another job tonight. Hey. This time I'll do the picking.
Well, it looked like a good setup, standing way off like it is. Hey, mister, will you relax? You'll never get out of them nuts. Hey, what's he so bug-eyed about? What is it, mister? This alarm clock over here? What do you care what time it is? You ain't going anyplace. Hey, should we take the clock, Duke?
Nah, couldn't raise a buffalo nickel on it. What did it do? Let's go. We got work to do.
Right.
Come back. Don't leave me here. This house explodes at 3 o'clock. Listen to me. It blows up in an hour and a quarter. Come back. Come.
All set? Let's take it back way.
Gone. They're gone. The only people in the world who know where I am. I've got to get out.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Van Heflin in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Look here, Holloway. Can you help me with my income tax?
Why, I'm just the guy. Here, just fill in Form W-1066, IOU, RSVP, your telephone number, and ALRSP.
ALRSP? Autolite resistor spark plug. Holloway, they ought to jail you for this. After all,
Do you and your income tax reports want to look good?
Well...
Then save, Hap, my boy. Save gas, for instance. Replace your old narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They make your car idle smoother, give you better performance on leaner gas mixtures, Actually save gas dollars.
Harlow, with me all tied up in taxes and internal revenue...
For internal revenue for your engine, switch to wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're ignition engineered by Autolite to meet the highest standards of automotive engineers, to give you smoother idling, more mileage for your dollar.
I'm worried.
You don't have to worry, Hap. Why, with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, you even cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Van Heflin as Paul in 3 o'clock. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I can't get out. Nobody knows I'm here. 56, 57, 58, 59. 12 minutes to 2. It goes so fast. That second hand goes so fast. 5, 6, 7. Less than 72 minutes. Help me. Somebody help me. Help me. Help me. 11 minutes to 2. Only 71 minutes. Not even that now. 3, 4, 5, 6. Francie, come home and get me out of this. I love you. I can't help being jealous, can I? I'm sorry I tried to kill you. It's because I love you so much. I'm jealous. But you deserve it. You deserve to die for what you've done to me. Can't you imagine how I felt that day last month when I came home?
That you, Paul? Paul, you're home so early. Are you sick? Another one of your headaches?
Oh, I feel fine, honest.
Well, why are you home so early?
Well, I don't know. I just got lonely for you, and I said to myself, well, you're the boss, old boy. It's your watch repair shop. Now, if you want to close ahead of time, who's to say no? Come on, hold still a second. Your lipstick is smeary.
It is? Well, I was lying down. I guess
Well, it's all right. Now, come on, pucker up. Well, you smeared again.
Well, I'll fix it. As long as you're home early, why don't you rest a while? The morning paper's still in the den.
Oh, I guess I will. I had a heavy lunch, pot roast and potatoes and apple pie. And what'd you do today, honey?
Oh, the usual. Cleaned the house, went marketing. Wish we could afford a car. I mean, isolated the way we are, walking 8
I sat down on the couch, and there it was in the ashtray on the end table. A cigar butt, still moist on one end, still warm on the other. Any visitors today?
What'd you say?
I said any visitors today.
No. None. Not even a peddler.
You're a liar, Francie. You lied to me that time. 42, 43, 44, 45. No clock has ever gone this fast. Of all the thousands I've looked at and set right in my shop, not one has ever gone so fast. Its quarter hours go around like minutes, and its minutes like seconds. 3 minutes to 2. That's cheating me. It's not keeping the right time. That second hand's whirling like a pinwheel. Make it stop, somebody. When the clock says 3, the house explodes. Make it... Oh, somebody's at the door. Come in, please. Please come in and find me and let me out of here. Please.
Gas company.
Gas company. The one call in all the day's routine from the earliest morning till latest night that can possibly bring anyone down here to the cellar.
Anybody home in there? Gas company. Anybody home?
I am. I'm down here. Don't wait for somebody to answer the door. It's not locked. Come in. Please.
He's gone.
No. He's coming around to the back.
Why don't we... What? I said, why don't we go in and read the meter anyway, even if nobody's home?
Yes.
Company policy. We never go in to read a meter unless somebody's home. I'm sure they're never home when you want them to be.
But I am home. I am. I'm right down here. I can see your legs through the window. All you have to do is to bend down and look in, and you'll see me. No, don't go away. Stay. I'll kill you if you go, so help me, I'll kill you. No, I didn't mean that. Please stay. Please stay. Look at the time. 1 minute past 2. 59 minutes left. Not even an hour now. 59 minutes less 8, 9, 10, 11. How long 59 minutes seems when you're waiting for someone. Like the night that I waited for Francie to come home from a movie, and she was late. The night Francie was late coming home from a movie. Yes, in a pig's eye she was at a movie. She was with her boyfriend. Well, sure, I was worried. What did you think? You said you'd be home before 11, and here it is almost midnight. I was about to call the hospitals and the police.
Oh, Paul, I'm sorry. Really, I am. All those short subjects, and then the bus was late. I'm sorry you worried.
Oh, forget about it. How was the movie?
It was all right. Nice Western.
Oh, a Western? I thought you were going to see Three Musketeers.
I was, but I changed my mind. I saw Red River instead.
Well, I didn't know that was playing in the neighborhood.
Well, I went downtown. I thought as long as I'm out of the house, I might as well do a little shopping.
Well, the stores were open tonight?
No, did I say shopping? I meant window shopping.
Oh. Well, what was the movie about?
You know, a Western. A lot of shooting and riding.
How was Gary Cooper's performance?
Oh, good. I've always liked him.
No, I didn't mean Cooper. Cooper's not in it. I meant John Wayne.
Oh, was that John Wayne? You know, they all look alike to me. Those big hats.
That was the night that she signed her own death warrant. Little things put the official seal on it, like the cigar butt in the living room, like the gasoline drippings on the street in front of our house, and we don't even own a car. And it wasn't a delivery truck either, because the drippings showed that it stood there a long time, an hour or more. And like the time last week when... The time. 12 minutes after 2? No. Oh, no, that can't be. It was just 2 o'clock. It can't be that late already. 12 minutes past 2. Only 48 minutes and... less than 48 minutes. It's 47, 56, 55, 54. Look at that second hand. Francie. She's in the kitchen. She's putting down her parcels. How can I make her hear me? There must be some way. And now she's at the hall closet, and he must be hanging up her coat. Oh, Francie, thank you so much for coming home early. I love you so, and I need you. How could I ever have thought of hurting you? I must have been crazy, but I'm not now. Back to the kitchen. Why doesn't she come down here to look for something? She might stay up there all afternoon, lie down. She might wash her hair. She might stay up there till it's time to get supper ready. Well, if she does, there's no supper, no Francie, no me. Francie, come down here. I know that you can't hear me, but come down here, please. Please, come down here.
Hello? Yes, Dave. I just got in this minute. Oh, Dave, I'm all upset. I have $11 table money in the kitchen and it's gone. And the wristwatch Paul gave me is gone, too. We must have been robbed.
She knows we've been robbed. I should get the police now, and they'll search the whole place, and they'll look down here.
Well, I'll look again, but I know it's gone. Paul will have a fit.
No, I won't. I won't, honest.
No, I haven't reported it yet. We have to be so careful.
You're not kidding.
I called Paul at the shop while I was out, and there was no answer. I hope nothing's wrong.
Can't you guess there's something wrong if I'm not in the shop?
Maybe you'd better come out. Okay, goodbye.
Yeah, that's good. Sure. Come on. If I go, both of you go with me. What time is it? Oh, no. It can't be 19 past 2. Only 41 minutes left. 33, 34, 35, 36. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Oh, there I go. Stop it. And think fast. Think like you did last week when you came home and she threw her arms around you and hugged you and where that little liar.
Hi, Paulie.
Hello.
No kiss?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, what's the matter? Hard day? So hard you can't even force a smile? I'll make you smile. I'll make you laugh. Kiss you, kiss you. Come on, smile. Smile.
Stop tickling. Cut it out.
What's this in your pocket?
Francie, don't.
A present for me?
Yeah, I said don't. Give me that.
All right. You don't have to grab. What is it?
Well, it's fertilizer. That's what it is.
Fertilizer?
Yeah, a sample package. I figured maybe we'd start a little garden in the back. A few flowers, maybe.
Oh, well, that's a nice idea. That's just what I'll do.
Yeah, well, I'll keep it down in the cellar. The fella gave it to me, said that it should be kept in a cool, dry place. I'll buy the seed just as soon as you make up your mind what you want. Fertilizer. She never even suspected that it was an explosive. I brought other things home last week, too. Every day something else. Some more sample packages of fertilizer, which I carefully packed into a soapbox that I had in the cellar. And copper wire and dry cell batteries. And this clock. And she never suspected a thing. She was so flustered trying to cover up the fact that she had a caller that I could have brought in a grandfather's clock under my arm, she probably wouldn't even have noticed it. Oh, but, Francie, that doesn't matter now. If you'll just come on downstairs. He's here. Her boyfriend's here.
Hello, Dave.
Well, did it turn up yet?
No, I haven't heard anything from Paul either.
The police will think I did it, I suppose.
Well, don't say things like that. Come on into the kitchen. Coffee's ready.
What are they going to do? Just sit there? Don't they know that it's 28 minutes to 3? Only minutes left now. Minutes not even a full half hour anymore.
Don't you think we ought to tell Paul about us?
I don't know. How'll he take it?
Paul isn't narrow-minded. We can't keep on like this. It's better to go to him ourselves and tell him about you than wait till he finds out. He's liable to think something else entirely.
What's she talking about?
I know he didn't believe me that night when I helped you find the furnished room and told him I'd been to a movie. I'm so nervous and upset all the time. I feel as guilty as if I were one of those disloyal wives or something.
Oh, didn't you ever tell him about me at all?
I told him you'd been in one or two little scrapes, but I let him think I'd lost track of you and I didn't know where you were anymore.
Well, that was her brother she said that about.
I'm gumming things up for you all right. An escaped convict for a brother.
Oh, Francie, I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me it was your brother? Why didn't you tell me?
Let's go downtown and talk it over with Paul.
No, stay here. Don't go downtown. Stay here.
You shouldn't be seen with me. You can get into trouble yourself. Telephone Paul to come here instead.
Yes, stay here with me. Please, stay.
I'm not afraid.
What can I do? What can I do? This pipe leaks upstairs. Hit it with something. With what, though? What? My head.
What was that?
What? I didn't hear anything.
I thought I heard a noise in the cellar.
Yes, you did. It's me. It's me.
Want me to take a look?
Yes.
No, I guess I was wrong. Let's go, Dave.
Francie! Come down here and look. Only 22 minutes left. Francie! Oh, Mama. It's gained another minute. Help me, Mama. Help me, Mama. Help me, Mama.
Be careful what you're doing, Bobby.
What? Oh, that's a kid bouncing his ball against the house. Yeah, it's a little kid.
Bobby, come away from that cell.
Oh, no, let him stay. Stay there, Bobby. Don't move.
Did you hear what I said, Bobby?
Bobby, just turn your head this way and you'll see me. A little more, Bobby. That's it. He's looking right at me, but he doesn't see me. Don't you see me? Turning my head from side to side, back and forth, back. He sees me.
Bobby, what are you doing? Mommy, look.
Does he understand what he sees? Oh, If he were only just a few years older, a child of 7 or 8 could understand it.
Bobby, are you coming? I'm waiting.
Stay where you are, Bobby. Make her come to you.
Did you hear what I said? When I called you, I want you to come to me.
Mommy, look. Funny man.
Why, Mommy can't peek into strange people's houses. Come on, dear.
Funny man. Tied up.
Yes. Well, say goodbye to the funny man tied up.
Bye-bye, funny man tied up. Bye-bye, funny man tied up.
Oh, let it blow up. What do I care? No. How much time is left? 10 minutes? Well, someone could come down here now, or even 6 minutes from now, or 7, and I could still escape. 42, 43, 44. The clock's beginning to look like people, like Mama. Oh, my head hurts. Mama, I'm sorry for what I've done. Paul's sorry. He won't do it again, honest. Just let him go this time and not punish him. He's learned his lesson. He'll never do it again. Poor Paul. Poor Paul. Oh, that must be Francie. It must have found the shop closed, trying to find out if I came back here while she was gone. When no one answers, will that tell her that something's wrong? Why should she think I'm stretched out down here in the cellar if I don't answer the phone? Bye-bye, Francie. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Tick-tock. Bye-bye. Tick-tock. 7 minutes to 3. In 7 minutes, the alarm goes off. 7 minutes to 3. The alarm rings for me. That's a poem, Francie. It's a funny poem. 7. Please let time stand still. 7. Now it's 6. What a precious number, 6. So round, so comfortable. Let it be 6 forever, not 5 or 4, but 6 for all eternity. Let time stand still at 6. Oh, and it's 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 4. 4. Bye-bye, 5. Paula says bye-bye, 5.
Good morning, Polly, dear. Good morning. Wake up, sleepyhead. Wake up. Do you know what time it is?
No. What time is it?
Take your head out from under the pillow and see for yourself.
All right. It's exactly 1 minute to 3. 1 minute to 3. Oh, I was dreaming. 1 minute to 3, not even a minute. Barely 50 seconds. 50 seconds to go. 50 seconds to live. Help me, Mama. Help me. Francie, Paulie needs help. He dies in 40 seconds. 39, 38, 37. He's not a bad little boy. He always means well, so help him. Help, little Paul. Mama, where are you? Quick, I haven't got much time. I have 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Take it easy, man. The doc's working on him. Meantime, just a couple more questions.
All right, officer.
You say when you came in, he was all tied up and this alarm clock here was ringing.
Yes.
I say.
Fancy?
Yeah, Doc.
Sid. Heart failure.
Paul!
I'm sorry. Now, look, just one more thing in this box. There was some wires going to it from that clock, and I pulled them out. Do you know what was in it?
This box?
Yeah.
Nothing. It used to have some fertilizer in it, but I took it out this morning and used it. I've been trying to raise flowers in the back of the house. Paul loves flowers.
Thank you, Van Heflin, for a splendid performance.
Hello, about my income tax report. Oh, forget it, Hap, and be happy. Ask for those mighty marvels, those gas and money savers, those ignition-engineered Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're made by the Autolite men who make over 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All ignition engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, here again is Van Heflin.
First, I'd like to say that it's always great fun and a lot of work to appear on Suspense. And second, come on out here, Tony. That's right, come on out. Ladies and gentlemen, Radio Mirror magazine has asked me to call Tony Leader, the producer-director of Suspense, down out of his glass cage up there for a very special reason.
What's it all about, Van?
Tony, I'd like you to meet Miss Ann Daggett, Western editor of Radio Mirror magazine.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Leader? As a Suspense fan of long standing, I'm very happy to have the privilege of presenting to you this scroll. It is in recognition of the fact that Suspense has been chosen radio's outstanding mystery show by Radio Mirror magazine, which will be on the newsstands tomorrow.
Well, that's wonderful. And on behalf of our writers and our actors and musicians, Lud Bleskin in particular, and technicians without whom Suspense couldn't even begin to suspend you, I want to say thank you very much.
Well, my congratulations to Tony, and I'll be tuned in next week to hear Gregory Peck in Murder Through the Looking Glass, another gripping study in suspense.
Van Heflin appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Elizabeth Taylor. Tonight's suspense play was written by Cornell Woolrich and adapted by Walter Newman. Music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Remember, next Thursday, hear Gregory Peck in Murder Through the Looking Glass.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries at your neighborhood Autolite dealer. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Here's great news. Suspense on television may be seen in many parts of the country every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.